Then what?
Then we're started.
We're started. That's it? I thought there were more buttons to push.
No, I see the little timer down the
Okay,
bottom.
so
we're going.
So there's no more buttons to push.
Let me turn the AC off so we're quiet for a minute.
Yeah, it's not hot in here at all. I forgot about the AC.
Working,
yeah, you're hot because you've been running around. And
if I sit down and talk for a few minutes, I'll pull right off.
So we're live and no chat yet, but we're not our normal time. We're 10:30 instead of 10.
Well, we started a little late because we had some things to do.
There was another live that John kind of promotes after us, and after him, and I don't remember who that was. Who was that?
Even if he wasn't, we had stuff we wanted to do.
Yeah, I know.
And maybe a lot of people are still over there, so
could be
checking us out later.
I can chat to ourselves, and we'll have chat up there.
Okay.
Like,
hi everyone, I'm Kim of Kim Fixes Things. You can find my channel elsewhere on the YouTube. I'm here with Buff Del Campo. You already know that because you're on the Buff Del Campo channel. We are in our shop with new studio arrangements, and hopefully Buff Del Campo was in a minor car accident, maybe a major car accident, we don't know. A couple weeks ago, 10 days ago, maybe already.
Oh, it was a major car accident. It wasn't an accident.
Car accident.
Major car crash.
And he is noticing that twisting his head all the way around to see what I'm doing while he's streaming hurts.
Well, what hurts is if I just like quickly snap my head around like this, like I used to do, that doesn't feel good. But if I'm move more slowly and maybe swivel the chair a little bit, it's fine. But like that, I just swiveled back real quick.
JB.
Hey, JB's here. Then I notice it's like, ooh, that kind of didn't feel good. So
you may notice that the items over here were previously,
I don't know,
like over there.
This is completely moved around.
Not really.
Okay, so what we got to do is now I know where this goes. I got to take this and go, here's our studio now. This is what I look at. Look at all those pictures and pictures and pictures.
Well, you're making me dizzy.
And here's the
chat.
There's the chat in that tall one.
And then there's the dart. Show him the dart.
And there's the dart over there.
And he has tabletop, so I can give him assignments to work on.
Big tabletop, so she can pile tools and greasy stuff over here by me.
I can give him parts to work on.
And then I'm gonna set this here.
That's my real real goal.
I don't really like the way that is.
See that motor right there? I'm going to wheel it right up here, and he's going to take the pistons out of it.
No, we're not putting that motor on.
And he can read the chat while he's doing that. That's how I'll get him working.
So, yeah, and the tape gauge works for the microphone. I can see it's working. Where's the mic? Oh, the microphone's over here. So the whole thing, I walked in here, and it was all changed, but I'll just have to get used to it. It's okay. Oh, yeah, that engine's back there. Oh, I can't move that quickly. That engine's... Oh, I see the engine's back there because I could see it between us.
I'm joking. That's not the one we're working on.
Oh, what's that one? That's the one you took out of the dart? Or is that the one that... Which one is that?
That's the one that came out of the dart. Yeah.
It's not the one that came out of the Barracuda. Okay.
No, the Barracuda engine's all the way over there, and I will be bringing that around.
Is that an exploded view of the dark?
Yes.
Of the dark.
The dark. The dart? Oh! An exploded view of the dart. Yes.
Oh, is that what he means? That dart?
Exploded.
Oh, yeah.
There are very few parts of the drivetrain that have been removed. It's all been pulled apart.
Dart. Okay, that makes more sense.
And I'm not even done. I wish I was done. I wish I didn't have to take it so far apart. You wouldn't believe there are parts everywhere. Everywhere. Every shelf, nook, and cranny. And now I got to re-find it when I put it... Oh, Tim, you got an iPad. I'm guessing that your laptop computer did not recover from its crash yesterday. Remember he said yesterday that his computer had crashed?
I remember that well.
Oh, sorry, Tim. I hope the new iPad is better for you.
Tim's a computer guy, so if he's having problems, you can assume it's something that's not so good.
Pretty bad.
Tim, you know what's missing?
What's that, dear?
There was channel lock pliers on my table.
Well, everything was over on a different tool.
Oh, I know what I can do. I'll open it with a rag. Okay. See, I have trouble getting these open sometimes. Here. Oh, that helps. That works. Because what happens is my hand skids. Oh, more rag.
Okay.
My hand skids. Ah, yeah, now my water's open and I'm going to put some, I did bring my scissors over. Wow,
Got an idea for this
got an
lighting.
idea. Because the lighting's a little bit
Your face
not as good as what it was. So Kim's going to move lighting around,
Hey,
I
if you
guess.
guys see anything that looks wrong, doesn't work right, let us know. We'll try and get it up to date. We're trying to do this so that it's more entertaining for you guys.
JB Buff, I was pursuing Facebook Marketplace. I like that better than Marketplace today and saw a few Fairmont Futuras. There's an 81 near McAllen, Texas. Oh, you looked out much further than I did. It's a beautiful shape for $3,500. Oh, what engine does it have? Let me tell you about Fairmont or Fox bodies.
Can you do that while you're standing? I'm adjusting.
I know. Okay, I'll just roll it back and we'll put a light over there.
Kick that over that way a little bit. There you go. You're making noise, but it's perfect.
I know. We're
A little further.
still
So it's out of your way. Kick those wires out of the way. And
Okay. Does that make my face any? Oh, it does. That whole dark side of my face is a little lighter now.
it really
And
helps.
that doesn't put. See what we were afraid of. We put light over here, then it shines on the chat screen, because we had that problem one time, and that makes it really difficult. Anyway, to get back to the 6 with 3-speed auto floor shift. Yeah, to me, once it's a 6, it's always a 6. If it's a 4-cylinder Pinto engine or a V8, they have the same cross member. So the 4-cylinder Pinto engine, although they're really not very good engines, I've had a lot of broken ones, they come right out in a 302 or I suppose a 351 Windsor go right in. But the 6, when you take the 6 out, it's different. So you put a 6 back in. Although those are kind of cool 6-cylinders, and I wouldn't mind building up a Ford 6 like a 250 or the Ford 6 is the one that's the 240 300, which is a big hefty 6, and then there's the 144 that came out in the Ford Falcons, 144, 170, 200, 250. Those 6-cylinders are different, and you're going to watch me pour my stuff in my drink. So those are, I wouldn't mind building one of those. I've built them before, or put them together, not really.
Oh, your
built
face
them.
looks a lot less dark
Yeah,
on that side.
not really built them, just reassembled them and made them running engines. But I guess 6 would be okay. 3-speed auto floor shift. Yeah, that would be good. My last one had a 4-speed and a Pinto engine in it, and that's the one that would go knock 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 knock. And I drove around like that for a long time. And then I built a 302 and a C4 automatic, and I put it in there. And when I took apart the Pinto engine, the 2300, and that's the one that one of the piston skirts had fallen down in the pan. And I've been driving it like that for a long time with that piston in there rocking back and forth, and it's making marks on the cylinder. But yeah, they do that, but I guess you can drive them for a while without a piston skirt on. So the 6, the 6 would be okay. I do like that body style. I don't like the seats that are in it, but that's an easy thing to change. Nothing wrong with the 6s, actually. It's just I'm not going to put a V8 in it. Kim is still going after the lights here. What are you doing? Trying to put it up on... Yeah, but that's the toolboxes you're going to need. Oh, that hurts when I bend my neck in a hurry. I forget. Yach.
Does that give you too much glare?
I don't know. I'm trying to get used to all this. Nothing's where it was, so it's like you took my car and put the driver's seat in the back.
I did. I moved your seats all around.
You took the driver's seat out of the left front and put it in the back seat in the back. So it feels strange.
All right.
Yeah, I think the lighting on my face is much better because this was really dark and it.
Yeah.
I don't know. I almost think that lighting in the shop is, Viewers know that it's a shop and it's not perfect.
Well, yeah, but you want to look your best.
Tim, I think I can get some parts for my laptop. That'll get me more time on this laptop without having to buy a new one. About a week for parts.
Oh, he's waiting.
Oh, this tastes much better than that orange stuff. That orange stuff was very good. And it was left over, so I don't know what happened to it during the night. This is Dad's root beer flavored stuff. Oh, and what happened to my trash can? I had a little trash can, and now I got to just throw the papers on the floor. Oh, it's on top of that. That's a light dispersant. Okay, so just leave it there. I'll just collect the trash until.
Here's your trash can. I don't like that light there, anyways.
Well, yeah, I guess that really didn't make any difference here.
Nah, I don't think it does.
Does everybody hear the sirens? We have sirens.
Got a lot of sirens tonight.
Got a lot of sirens outside.
Oh, what's going on? What day is today?
What day is today? Well, John was on tonight.
Friday.
Must be Friday. Friday, John Wilburn. And I watched almost the whole thing. Brawler 1997. Good evening. How you doing? Does anyone know here the symptoms of bad timing on a distributor? Kim! Well, I know what a bad running engine sounds like, and sometimes it can be the distributor. Kim, can you, we need your help.
I don't know how to quantify it textbook-wise. What's your timing?
What kind of car? What kind of engine? What? Yeah, give us a little more.
But the symptoms of bad timing in a distributor, when you put the timing light onto the timing mark, it doesn't read the correct number. And when you rev the engine, it doesn't change the timing in the correct manner. Those are the symptoms of bad distributor.
Normally, as you bring the RPMs up, it should advance. 73 Charger 340. Well, that's a pretty nice car. Because there's a centrifugal advance in there that you should be seeing the advance unless it's...
For a 73, is it points or is it the electronic ignition, Brawler?
Lester LeSabre, good evening. Yeah, we'll have to wait for that answer. Because cars that are like 1973, a lot of them, it's over 50 years ago, and a lot of things have been changed over the years.
I'd
and
rather
we
be
don't,
patient and get his answers
yeah, we
than
don't
just
know.
throw
Yeah,
a million things out there.
I'm just saying we don't know what the system is that's there. We need
Barrows
Barrows.
would know too.
Barrows.
Although Barrows is more of a Ford guy, but I think he does know some Mopar.
Barrows hasn't been in here in a while.
Ford isn't all that
I
different.
wonder what he's doing. Haven't seen Barrows in a while. Yeah, Barrows has diagnosed stuff from Idaho when we're here in Tennessee. It's points. Oh,
Are your
it's
points
original.
cleaned and properly gapped?
Yeah, points go bad. I don't know how much you know. So, they get like little tiny mountains on them. And looking at that, what symptoms do you have? What's the engine doing that's not normal? It's really hard to diagnose stuff from this distance, but we can give you some ideas. We can give you some ideas.
I mean, we could troubleshoot till we narrow it down a little bit. Well, I'm fine with doing that for people. As long as people are patient and willing to answer questions, sometimes I have helped people really get to the root of problems. Sometimes I'm wrong, but also sometimes people just need to know what to look at next. Like you tell them, well, poke here, poke there.
I saw a black 86 Ford LTD LX for sale too. I would pick that up in a heartbeat. The LX was basically a four-door Mustang. Oh, I know what those are. There were a bunch of those in California that were, when I was living there, that they used for police cars, that body style, but not the LX. Yeah, those are basically a Fairmont. They're a Fox body, and they're good cars too. Brawler 1997. Hesitation upon acceleration. Timing is my only factor. Everything else I changed new. Ooh, what about um induction, like the carburetor? What went
Well,
on
yeah.
there?
Hesitation could be carburation, or it could be timing related, or
Hey, all
ignition related.
backfires when I turn on car also. Oh, like when you're first starting it? You know what I'm thinking that, and you know where I'd be looking is the accelerator pump. Because it backfires, it leans, so it's you're trying to give it some gas, it pops through the carburetor, that's possible.
When
And when
you
you're trying to accelerate, it would also hesitate. So that's a possibility.
Do you understand the concept of a carburetor with an accelerator pump? And have you checked to see when you open the throttle all the way, does it shoot a nice good stream of gasoline with the accelerator pump, with the engine not even running?
If you're looking down the carburetor, air cleaner off, and you just give it gas, engine's off, you should see fuel squirt down
Brawler,
in the
I'm sorry if
force.
we're asking you stupid questions. We have no idea your level of
We don't know
knowledge.
your level of knowledge. The car isn't here, so we're kind of just
Shooting in the dark to start.
general things I'd look at.
We're narrowing it though. I mean,
Hmm.
we understand. Had it rebuilt, yeah, but have you checked to see if it actually is working the way it's supposed
Yeah,
to?
do you have accelerator pump working? Is it spraying fuel? Pretty good healthy fuel shot when you turn the throttle plate. You should see psst going down there.
But backfiring does suggest that it could be extremely de-advanced.
Not advanced. Yeah, the other
Yeah,
word.
it
See
could
where
need a lot of advance.
there's that R word that means like not advanced. That we're not allowed to say that on YouTube. I got caught with that already because that's a slur for some people, I guess. So we are saying anti-advanced or backwards advanced. I don't know.
All right, we shouldn't persist.
Yeah,
So, Brawler, the other thing is this a car that you've had running good and now it's a little bit out of tune, or is this like a new build? And
that's the word.
yeah, we're not allowed to say that word because YouTube doesn't know the difference whether we I'm surprised they'd even popped up. It's sort of a banned word
Yeah,
because they're worried that we're using it in the wrong.
they have no clue of context. So when you use that
I think
word,
that's what it is. I think he's just picking on us.
yeah. So when you use that word, it's
I
that YouTube sees it as a slur towards some people, and so we have to say, um, yeah, no longer backwards advanced. So that's stupid.
if it's backfiring and if it's backfiring and it's stumbling on acceleration, it probably needs advanced.
Just bought it 26 cents.
Oh,
Still
okay,
learning on all
brawler.
parts. Okay,
Um,
hence the 1997. Um,
oh,
Olive, I may be back later. Okay, well just leave the sound up so you can hear us.
sorry, Olive. We're doing online diagnosis of this person's car. Thank you for stopping in.
And of course, if the timing were way off, it could backfire through the carburetor, but I would think it would
Well,
be.
I was thinking if somebody's
Yeah.
had the distributor removed and they
Oh,
put it back in and it's
it's off by a tooth.
180 degrees out of sync, the car will
Oh,
sort of run, but
no,
run
then it
terrible.
won't even run, will it? It'll
Yeah.
just backfire and pop and make fire
Yeah, it'll
and
run terrible.
have fire
But
coming
it'll
out the
sort of
carburetor.
run. But yeah, you'll never get it to really go at all. Like you wouldn't even be able to drive it, but it'll seem like it's kind of running. So are you driving it and it's just a little bit messy, or is it just not really running
At all.
to the point where you can
Yeah,
go at all?
can you put it in gear and it goes? Oh, does it have automatic? Yeah. Can you put it in gear? Does it stop or does that kill the engine or can you drive it and it's just difficult to drive? Um,
So rebuilt carb, new points.
just because parts are new doesn't mean that they're working.
I know. There are 100 little things that if I were there, I could easily kind of. So
Yeah, and I don't know
through the
what,
computer, it can
and
be
I don't
very
know,
difficult.
I don't know what kind of carburetor it is either. I assume it's a 4 barrel on a 340. Uh, turns on fine, it drives good, but from a stop sign it hesitates.
So, what is the base timing setting with a timing light?
Do you have a timing light? Do you know what it's set at? I put a new set of spark. Man, listen to the sirens. Can everybody hear all those sirens? It's crazy out here tonight.
We're out in the sticks. I
We're
don't
out in the
know.
middle of nowhere, and there's like cars and trucks and sirens. Man, I put in double pumper Holly. Oh, that should be spraying plenty of fuel down it, as long as it's working.
Oh, you don't know what the base timing setting is.
Yeah.
So you want to follow the instructions for what 73 340 engine.
I bet somebody's done a YouTube video on that.
Yeah. So you've thrown the parts cannon at it. You've got all new parts. None of your settings are definite. You definitely want to check the gap on the points to make sure that's correct. Okay, because if there's no gap on the points, or it's way too wide, or all wrong, you're just not going to be able to get any kind of good. Well, no, he says it runs, it just stumbles off of idle.
Yeah.
So that very well could be timing. And it probably doesn't have enough timing. And I guess if you don't have a timing light, first off, you should find a friend who has a timing light, or even order a cheap one off of Amazon, because timing lights generally, even cheap ones, will help you.
Timing light will take you minutes to learn how to use it. And you can go down and put some marks on the, like I like to use a chalk mark or something on a timing light, on the timing mark, so it lights up bright and you can see it. And then I'm sure somebody's done a video on using a timing light. Have we ever done that? I know we've used a timing light on videos, but I don't know if we ever went through a tutorial how to use it.
No,
I don't think we have.
that might be a 3-minute short.
That might be something we need to do.
So, Brawler, probably your timing, your base timing, is somewhere about 10 degrees before top dead center. And when you rev the motor, it should get more. And that's without the vacuum advance hooked up. And then when you hook the vacuum advance up, it's going to run different. But you want to check your timing without the vacuum advance hooked up. You want to see, as you rev the motor, it should trigger the timing light, maybe advance all the way up to like 30 degrees before top dead center. A 340, I don't know, I think a 340 is pretty short stroke, isn't it?
What is a 340? It's like a 318 with a larger bore, or is it a longer stroke? I don't know. I'm not a LA person. Like,
not a LA V8 expert myself, but I know that it's more timing than a slant 6, and a slant 6 is only like 30 or 32 maximum mechanical advance. But a 340 maybe be 32, 34, 36 degrees of advance before top dead center. And if you don't understand what we're saying about this stuff, those are some terminologies that you should do some research on, is how to set your timing, how to read a timing tab with a timing light. And they're excellent, good starting points if you're learning. And the distributor is on the back. I don't even know which way you turn to advance the timing on a 340.
it's going to be, which way do you go on a 318 or a 360? Same thing, isn't it?
I don't remember.
Don't remember, yeah. Because it seems like, I mean, we've got those engines around, but none of them are installed in anything right now. They're all, everything we have running is a slant 6.
Let's see. The distributor is on, if you're looking from the front, the distributor's on the left side of the cam. And the cam is chain operated, so it's moving clockwise.
Well, let's not guess.
So
I mean,
that would
that
be turning the distributor.
all that information is available so that you can just look it up online. See which direction, rotation, and what the timing. Oh yeah, and the timing, what do you call it? The firing order and all that stuff.
Everybody left. We got too deep in the weeds.
Too deep in the weeds.
Sorry, everyone. Everybody left. They stopped paying attention. Yeah, small block.
Yeah, it's a small block. It's just that there's several different LAs. There's small blocks, which are 273, 318, 340, 360. And then there's some stroker engines and things, but those are the four that are normal, and you have one of them. A lot of people like that engine, like the 340.
Get brave. Find the wrench that loosens up the distributor.
And move it a little.
Mark where it is, so all else fails, you can put it back to where it was when it ran, right? And then make sure you got your fire. Well, no, if his firing order was off, it would.
Oh, it'd be terrible. It wouldn't run. It'd run terrible if firing order's wrong.
I'm gonna run open headers.
I'm gonna run.
That'll be
open
fun.
Headers this week.
How did you get a 340 for your first car?
You got a really cool car.
Yep.
73 Charger with a 340.
That's a heck of a car for a guy who doesn't really know how to do anything on cars.
You'll learn. Good car to learn on. You know what? It's a big engine compartment with a lot of room. It's not going to be something that's tiny, hard to work on.
Yeah.
I mean, unless you're real short, you can't reach the stuff. But there's room around the engine. That's a really good thing.
73 with points. Hardly any wires in there. Very simple. Very simple.
And that means you have headers. So it has headers on it. Yeah, be careful. Don't burn yourself on the headers. Man. So, let's see. JB, nope, I'm still here, just not well versed on Mopar engines. What are you well versed on? I should know because JB's like regular in here, and I should know what he has.
Brother, get your hands on a cheap or a good one, or borrow timing light. Be gentle with it. Don't get it caught in your fan. Can't stop thinking about the car. Oh, man. If I had that car, yeah.
You're hooked now.
I mean, I got this Dart, and I work on it constantly.
Well, this is what you do. Do a little what we said. And we're live several times a week. Tuesday nights we're live. I don't know where you are. We're in the U.S. And Central Time in the U.S. At 7 o'clock in the evening on Tuesday nights.
Yeah.
And on other nights, just if we're in the shop, sometime we'll go live around 10. We were a little late tonight. We started at 10:30 because just a lot of stuff going on.
Well, because Friday nights there's other people live streaming in our group.
And normally we're on at 10 o'clock a few nights a week, except Tuesdays we're on at 7 o'clock. And where are you, brawler? Just subbed. I'm in California. Man, I grew up in California.
Oh, it's not even late for him either.
I was in California from, I don't know, a long time ago, but I was there in Central Coast, San Luis Obispo area for a long time. And then when I was in the military, I was up in Fairfield and Vacaville, that area, Travis Air Force Base. So, yeah, I spent a fair amount of time in California. Oh, and then a few years ago, I was at, I can't think of the name of it, Oh, yeah, but right near, I was in Yuma, Arizona, but can't think of the name of the town. What's wrong with me?
I don't know.
NAFL Central.
Are you stuck?
I was just stuck. My brain was stuck. El Centro, which is way in southern eastern California, right on the Mexican border. I worked there at NAFL Central for a while on a Navy base.
Guys, I'm setting up the auxiliary cameras so you can watch me what I'm doing in the engine back here.
So, yeah, Kim's gonna set up the second cam, and I guess she's gonna do something under the hood, and I'm gonna sit here and run my mouth. Run my mouth.
Run your mouth.
Do the hard work. I'm gonna sit here. You know what, Kim? We got to do some adjustments here to our studio. Not tonight.
Okay.
But you notice the Studebaker grill is just barely in the.
Well, I had it pointed and you moved the camera.
I moved the camera. I could move it again, but Yeah, I want that Studebaker in the view.
Aim that camera.
So,
Ah,
what
I
happened?
broke it.
Did you break the? You broke my.
Shouldn't have been under the desk like that.
Oh,
Okay.
you gave the. She knocked my clock down. Clocked me with the clock.
Brawler. You know what else you can do? You can send photos uh,
Oh,
to his email address,
here,
buffdelcampo
here,
at
I'll get it.
gmail.com.
Okay. This
And
is what we do on Tuesday nights. We're in the studio in the house, not out here in the shop, and we encourage people to send pictures in of their cars, their projects, themselves, crash out in the street. I don't care what, anything interesting, and we can shrink ourselves down and show the pictures big behind us, and
we talk
we
about
do that on Tuesday nights. So then you could send in pictures of your car or what's going on or
Yeah.
yeah.
Oh, and I do have a distributor here. I don't know though. You seem like you know how to use a distributor. I don't know. Get yourself a timing light and read some tutorials on how to use a timing light. And that should probably get you. That'll get you enough answers that we can move you on to the next.
Will that work? It appears to work. That appears to be a link. Kim,
What did I do?
okay, brother says it's early here, just 9 p.m. Just got new tires, 295/50 R15 and rear super thick. I'm not sure what that word
Super
is.
thick.
Yeah, but there's a V in there. There's a V in there. Maybe that's just a fat finger. I don't know. Super thick tires. Kim, did you see Mexican Spec's new car today? What's the new car?
Didn't.
I looked at I looked at all the cars he had posted today, and I went way down his list. I probably looked at 50 or 60 cars of his, and I don't know. I'm being real picky about what I want to buy, you know.
You should be.
And his stuff is pretty expensive, and a lot of the Mexican cars had engines in them that I didn't particularly like. The GM 3.1 and 2.8 V6s. I had a lot of problems with those broken internal parts, and I really don't want one. Um, the 3.8 Fords I don't like. They blow head gaskets, but when I see the Mexican 302, it's actually what you doing, Kim? You're messing with
I gotta
my.
get the
I see the. She's messing with the cameras. When I see the Mexican 302 engines, that's supposed to be a better block, and I, that catches my attention. But then, his cars aren't cheap. They're it's more like high quality cars. Okay, so that's working. We can kill that. Okay, we now have a split screen. So which way do I have to go to be in the split screen better? This way. So Kim is going to do something in there. What's the coffee can? Oh, I see. That's where you have that because there's a brake line undone. You have it catching brake.
I gotta drain the brakes.
KJ Kylie, good evening. How you doing? Kim just went to the split screen, and I don't know. We pulled the engine out 2 nights ago. We did. I kind of helped. She did most of the work.
Look at me and smile. Wave to the camera.
Like this?
Yeah.
Why are you taking my picture?
Do it again.
Why are you taking my picture?
Just because so we have pictures of stuff.
Oh, okay. Oh, I see. She's taking some stills around here so that I can do some where I can put up thumbnails because I'm always looking for pictures for thumbnails. That's the other thing. If you send me a picture of your car and I like it and it's a good high resolution picture, I might use it as a thumbnail. As soon as you send it to me, I probably will use it as a thumbnail. So, especially like on Tuesday nights. And here come the helicopters now. Man, a lot of activity outside. JB, I've never had a problem with the 2.8, 3.1 GMs. They're akin to a fly repeating banging against the window pane. Doing it slowly with every little bit of power, but kept going. You know what I've had? I've had both those engines. Actually, I haven't had them quit, but I've had them knocking to the point where I was worried about them coming apart. Although they never did. I had a 2.8. I had a neighbor, and I was married at the time, and my wife would drive the car sometime, and I'd drive it sometimes. It was a Chevy Celebrity with a 2.8. And the guy got mad at me. He goes, "How can you let your wife drive that car with that knock in it?" I'm like, I know, because we don't have any money. And he had a Buick. He had a Buick with a 3.8, and he sold us that and gave us a good deal on it. And oh man, that 3.8, that's a good engine. I've had a few of those. Those are wonderful.
Hey, can you let me?
So Dean Stevenson's here. Good evening, or I guess it's good day. I don't know what time it is there, Dean. Dean's in New Zealand.
Hey, can you let me?
Oh,
for a minute?
More pictures?
No, video. Just wave hello for a second, and then I'm gonna talk for. It'll be a really short video.
Okay.
All right, we're in the studio again tonight. We got things moved around and set up. Say hello to the chat. Got our camera set up, but I wanted to show you. It's because it's hard to use the live stuff for video, real video. This is where we're at. We got the torsion bar. Oh, everything blew up. If you didn't know, the Dart is. It is a. Well, it's sort of disassembled a little bit. Might be and a motor over there, and a cylinder. We're working on it little by little here. We have blown this car completely apart for total restoration. We got this torsion bar out so that I can get in here, and we are going to make a repair to a frame rail that is, you might be able to see, it's been to church one too many times. It's decided it's holy. And there's no better time to repair a rusted frame rail than when the driveline is out and the torsion bar is out. And so, here we are. I'm going to have to take those brake lines off so we can do some welding right there. So I'll bring you back when that is taken apart, because it's not going to be fun and you don't want to watch. But you guys want to watch.
Okay, I can talk again?
I'm done recording.
Okay, yeah, because if I talk while she's doing a video, it ruins her video. So, let's see, JB's on my forehead. I'll be back. Okay, hi, SAE JB. SAE JB? Is that what us Americans are? SAE people. And
tempted to cut this exhaust off for temporary. Got any suggestions on how to do that the best way?
hey, you know who we were talking about? We haven't seen him in a while.
Who?
Who were we talking about, Kim? Like 10 minutes ago. Barrows.
Oh, hey, Barrows.
And he showed up. We were just saying we haven't seen Barrows in a while because Brawler 1997, new viewer in here, has a 73 Dodge Charger with a 340, and he's having some problems with it, trying to make it run right. And we were trying to help him a little bit. He says he's 26 years old and he's pretty new to working on old cars, and he's all excited about it. So, people are saying, "Oh yeah, we need Barrows in here. He's good at diagnosing stuff from a distance," because Barrows got us out of. He diagnosed something from here. We're in Tennessee. He was in Idaho and he got it. Just nailed it. Hello, everybody from Taterville, sneaking in for a bit while I'm on break. Where is Taterville? Oh, that must be Idaho. Potatoes.
Talking about Wolverine Garage?
Yeah, I was going to say, is that Wolverine Garage with he brought all these potatoes? Brought all these potatoes to No Name Nationals.
Doug the Spud.
Oh, man.
He's a fun guy.
Taterville. I've never heard it called Taterville before. Pretty good. So what's I'm on break. What are you doing? You're working at night? I guess he's working at night.
Shoot.
What do you drive to work? I bet he drives a rat rod to work.
Nah.
Nah.
Oh, he probably has a regular daily job.
A regular car versus an irregular car.
Versus something like we would have.
Barrows, how long's it been since we've seen you? Since before my crash or after my crash? there's like that's two parts of my life.
BC or
Yeah,
AC?
before the crash or after the crash?
BC or after.
Dana Dreams Garage. Good evening. How you doing?
Alright, I'm gonna take you guys.
Yeah,
down.
Barrows, my Mazda got destroyed and then some. I mean, it's beyond destroyed.
Yeah, it's pretty good
Jeez.
stuff.
So we're down a car. We're down a car, but I'm kind of looking for a car. And insurance company, the other guy's insurance company, the cause of the crash, his insurance company. I like what they said on the phone. Oh, we're gonna take responsibility for this. I'm thinking, yeah, that's good, dude.
Good, because it was your fault.
So they're gonna pay for my car, although probably won't get as much as I want, but they made me an offer. It's probably as good as I'll get, and I'll take it. But I'm looking for something, and of course I've been looking at Mexican specs cars, and I've been looking at, the kind of thing I'd be looking for. I need something I can get in, just turn the key and drive. I've got plenty of projects. I don't need more projects.
Do not need more projects.
Although I tend to look at cars that are projects.
Who doesn't?
So I don't know if that's good. I start looking at like a Fox body with a 4-cylinder. And I'm thinking, oh, I could build a 302 for that and a C4, and it'd be easy to install. And go, wait a minute, I need a car that I could just drive. Well, Tim, now we have a welding project.
Yeah, well, I tried to weld it someplace, or cut it where it's someplace straight, and there's not a lot of other stuff around it.
And when you bolt it all up, we can go under there and tack, and
I could just use some clamps and get a or whatever.
just.
Were you able to see that?
Oh, it was perfect. Everybody watched you cut that exhaust in half.
Yeah. Ooh. Wow.
And I watched the whole thing. You had your foot up there and holding it and cutting. Pretty good. But I don't think anybody's saying anything, so maybe nobody watched it. Maybe they just heard all the racket and
they just heard the noise.
they just heard the noise.
What is this? What the hell is this?
That was one of the better remote cams you've done, because it was perfect. Oh, you nailed it. It's perfect.
We're learning here, folks. There's not too many people that do it live. And there's a reason.
There's a lot of live videos on YouTube, but I think we're one of the few that actually just we're in the shop going. Tim says that oil leak got to everything.
Oh man, did it ever.
The car will never rust.
Well,
So we clean it off. There's a spot there that has rust. You see it. Kim, you've almost got it right, although it's not focused on it. No, it's like really unfocused. You unfocus a little bit further, you won't have to fix it. And back it out a little more. That's kind of focused. Yeah, right where those brake lines are, you can see that's under the driver's side. What happened?
Did it focus?
Well, yeah, but something went bleep and the light went away. Oh yeah, there you go. So it's that one, I guess for lack of a better term, frame rail. Although it's a unibody, this isn't really a frame rail, but it's a
dark
structure. Yeah, it went dark. I don't know why, but it's good. It's good enough. Well, it was really nice and bright, and it kind of dimmed down. But anyway, that side has that rust in it, so we're gonna fix that. And the rest of the car looks really good. It's just that one spot. So maybe something got down in there and it rotted it. This car.
That's a common place for Mopars to rust.
Really JB says that rail is real wholesome.
That's right.
It's wholesome. Spelled with an H, not with a WH.
I know.
It's wholesome.
Wholesome.
And Olive says, pardon me for jumping in and out. Well,
You're fine, Olive.
you're fine. Yeah, I mean, you might have missed something, I guess. I don't know. The Kim under there cutting the exhaust pipe off. Well, there you go. Oh, Kim, you got some line wrenches, or are you just going
I
after?
do have
Oh, you
some
do
line
have line wrenches. Hey, hold that line wrench toward the camera, so so everybody could. Okay, it's too close. It's not focused. You got to move it back. See, that's a line wrench. It's kind of like a box end, but it's got an opening in it, so you
I
can
get it over
you
the
can
thing.
put it over the line and then slide it on there. But it holds the nut on the line really well. Not like an open end. And then you see she uses her foot. And it did that without rounding off the nut, which is a really good thing. Because if you use an open end, a lot of times you'll just round the nut off. Yeah, and it's got some rusty business on it or some kind of crud, so it's kind of hard to get it on and off. But it's Kim, this is really good. You've got that camera, so it's right where everybody can see. But she's gonna get those lines out of the way, and then we'll fix that wholesome line. I have a line going to my transmission that's leaking a little. I think I need to tighten it. Yeah, be careful with that. Be really careful with that. And if it's got two fittings, hold one fitting and tighten the other fitting. If it's two fittings and you just turn one of them, it'll twist the line. It won't tighten or loosen it. And I had a radiator shop for many, many, many years. So transmission lines were a big deal because people would get under there and loosen a line up or try to loosen or tighten a line up, and they'd spin. Yeah, Chrysler products going to the radiator sure do. You've got to hold that fitting with one wrench and turn the other fitting with the other wrench.
Yeah, you gotta back it up, it's called.
People would always
mess it up and then bring it.
and yeah, then they bring it to me and it's all twisted up mess.
Ow, it's got it.
It'd come in on a tow truck because they ruined it, and then it got expensive for them. Here we have somebody, Goran. I don't know. Okay, excuse me if I mispronounce this. Goran Sandstrom. Bucket Graham House singer. Can somebody translate that for me? I believe it's maybe from Sweden or Norway. I'm not sure where you're from, but it's not a language I know. I'm sorry. And Brawler says, yeah, it has two fittings. Yep, be careful with the two fittings. And buy some line wrenches. I mean, if you're going to work on cars like that wrench she had, you can go into a store, get online, and you can buy them one at a time from one of the, like Amazon or something, and get line wrenches because then they won't slip.
And I need some penetrant.
You need some penetrant. I gotta get up for a minute and go get some penetrant for him.
3/8 open end. And boy, I could use like the Knipex maybe. Get to that stuff.
See what I can do. 3/8.
Yeah, I can't get the line wrench on because it's got this.
Well, Kim, not many wrenches left in here. Probably in. Oh, you got.
Yeah, no, it's not in there. It's on the floor or wherever.
Here's a Knipex.
Okay.
On top of the battery.
Thank you.
I'm gonna take these wrenches over to the table before I'm talking and start sorting over there.
Thank you.
This is a mess.
Thank you. That's great. I got the table so you can help.
Kim has these trays full of wrenches that are really disorganized, and I want to try to organize them for her.
Thank you for your help.
I'm hoping Goron. I don't know how to pronounce that. I'm so sorry. Goron, I guess, or Goron. Yeah, wow, there's stuff here I didn't even know we had. I'm digging.
Can I have the penetrant?
Oh yeah, the penetrant.
40, anything.
I forgot about the penetrant.
Oh, I got that back. Oh, that's really good. I pulled that, you know that.
Is WD okay?
Yeah, that'll help.
Be careful with WD around brake fluid. You don't ever want to mix the two. Because you get WD in the brake line, and you know what'll happen. It'll swell the cups up in the wheel cylinders, and they'll freeze up.
That's not good.
Do you have some blaster? Yeah, she's got some WD. You know, the thing is, with brake fluid, you can't get that in the brake fluid, because when it travels down and eventually ends up in the cups in the master cylinder or the cups in the wheel cylinder, it's oil, and oil will swell those seals up, and it'll lock up the wheel cylinder. So you got to be really careful with that kind of stuff. And I don't know where the PD blaster is. We have like different kind of stuff you can think of. Just that's what I grabbed. And I'm sorting while I'm here. Probably make sure it's threaded properly. Olive, can you him hammering. Olive, I think. Oh, here we go. From Sweden. Okay, so you're from Sweden. I guessed it was somewhere Sweden or Norway, and I was wrong about Norway. I was going to ask Olive, who's Olive Drab here. You may know a couple languages that I don't know. I was going to see if you could translate that. You speak Russian? Вы говорите по-русски? I could translate that. Or, Mexican Spec's not here. Man, we just... I like languages, just Swedish is not one I know. And I worked for a guy, my first job in a shop. Oh, I guess because Kim's hammering, the sound cut out. Kim, can you stand by for a second?
Okay, I'm not hammering anything.
You're not hammering. Okay. What I asked Olive was, I said, you may know some languages I don't know. Is there a chance you can translate Swedish? Because I cannot. And I worked for a guy, my first job in a shop was a guy that was from Norway. So he spoke kind of Norwegian English. And, looking back, that was an opportunity for me to learn Norwegian. And I never did. I didn't care because I was 17, I've studied Russian, but forgot most. The Swedish. Goran, I guess Sandstrom. I don't understand, and I don't have a way to cut and paste that into a translator here because we're out in the shop. Demonic beast. Tambien. Los Hollies. So Tambien is also the Hollies. We need Mexican Spec. Kim, we got all the different languages in here tonight.
Neat.
I'm bad at many languages. I didn't know you spoke Russian. Вы говорите по-русски? Really? Let's see. Yeah, I had to know some Russian because I was in Russia for a while, and you got to know some if you're there. My Russian isn't very good, but my Russian's good enough I can keep from getting in trouble with the police. As much as you can keep from getting in trouble with the police in Russia. There's somebody up above there that's speaking Swedish, and I was hoping you could translate some of it. Demonic beast. Come in. Yeah. You need. Not sure. Not sure. Okay, Kim. Do you still need the 3/8 open end, or are you past that now?
Oh, I got it. No, thank you though.
Okay. Well, I found it.
Okay.
I want to be able to speak to my friend's family who are very good to me. Oh, and they're Russian. Хорошо. It's like all Russian men. Seems like they say хорошо, хорошо, хорошо. Good, good. The other thing is they say all the time, talk. You hear Russian men always like, and I don't know
Oh,
about
I
the
never
women.
noticed it until you told me, and then
Talk, 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 talk,
it
and that
makes me
means
laugh.
so. And it's like every thought. It's like they say talk, and that means so. And it's like they kind of start their sentence like that. Talk. Kind of funny. So I'm ah Olive is trying to speak to him. Our international show is it's very international, but sadly most of it's English and Spanish. We usually have somebody in here that's Mexican spec is yeah, he's dual citizen. He's back and forth between Mexico and his speaks English and Spanish fluently.
I'm
And
gonna have to remake this line.
what are you doing here? Let's see. I'm looking to see what you're doing, and I don't see you. Oh, that line. Yeah, you're kind of close, but it doesn't focus well when you're close.
I'll find it out. It sucks.
I speak Spanish. I can translate. Yeah, okay. So there's somebody up there speaking Spanish. Demonic Beast. Um, up above. Wow, we got Spanish speaker in here. Brawler Spanish speaker. Cool. Better at Spanish than many other things. Man, my Spanish is like I I know a few words, but I concentrated more on Russian just because Spanish doesn't deal a lot good
He
Russian.
concentrated on Russian enough that he ended up with a Russian
I
wife.
ended up with a Russian wife.
That's how much Russian he learned.
Well, and we were married for 23 years. We had a family,
She's a nice lady.
and
Watching.
she's nice. She's a nice woman. Yeah, she might be in here watching us. Uh,
Man,
oh, he's just talking about the Holly carburetor. Oh, okay. Yeah, the Holly. And this is what I'm doing. I'm wiping off wrenches that Kim has used and just piled them into.
Well, some of those are from when we went to No Name Nationals.
You see this? I have these trays full of just random wrenches, and they should be in the toolboxes, not so.
And they're dirty, and you told me not to put them in the toolbox. Dirty.
Yeah, don't put the wrenches in the toolbox dirty. Dented Dreams Garage, last plated 1993. Last plated. Okay, wait. Dented Dreams Garage. A few days ago, y'all gave me some advice on my slant 6 with stuck valves. I tapped them with a dead bolt, and 2 of the 3 are now moving.
Yes!
Kim's under the car. She's yes!
We were right!
Still, I have that one that won't break loose. This is on my 73 Dart Sport. Last plated, not like chrome plated, last plated like the last tags on it. 1993. Oh yeah, it's been a while.
Okay, what else does he say about it?
Hopefully I can get the last valve free. He's got one valve that's still stuck. I was engaged to someone Finnish. Any Swedish is incidental, I see. Oh yeah, I lived to Finland too, but the thing about Finland that's pretty cool is almost everybody, like around Helsinki, everybody I spoke to either spoke Russian or spoke English fairly well.
Okay,
and
I have
either way, I could get by. Huh?
I have suggestions for the valve fridge.
Okay, for the.
Can you hear me? Okay.
Okay, go again.
Can you hear me?
Yes, get a little louder.
Okay. So, if you've got one that won't free up, use an ice pick or a piece of wire and
Here. Where are you? There you are.
use an ice pick or a piece of wire or something like that and nudge the valve stem seal, push it up, and then spray some Croil or some Deep Creep or something like that on the stem so it gets down into the valves. What's that thing called? Valve guide, between the valve guide and the stem, and let that soak. Let that eat for a couple days. But yeah, because you can't you might be able to spray it on the top of the valve and it might go down in there, but if it happens to have a good valve stem seal. The other thing is if it's really, really rusted up, just don't hit it real hard. Just keep tapping until it starts to move. That's the takeaway.
What about the hammer? A brass hammer better than whacking it with a piece of steel, or what do you think? I don't know. I would say if you're just tapping it, the steel would be okay, but I wouldn't want to keep hammering it with steel. I've got some transmission fluid soaking on it. Someone told me that was good to do.
Oh yeah.
Transmission fluid is kind of a solvent,
Yeah.
although.
But see if you can push that. What's it called? Not a guide.
The valve seal.
The stem seal up.
Yeah,
It's
see, there's
usually
that.
black plastic, and you can kind of see them through the spring. And if you can push it up, so you can get it in there. That's between the guide and the stem. Hey, I'm glad to hear that you made some progress, though. But there's no guarantee that you'll free it up. If it's really, really gummed up, you might have to take the head off.
Okay, I'll swing the camera back around to me so Kim can go back to work, and now you can watch me running my mouth.
Hey, what size is
Whoops.
13 in not metric? Freedom units.
13 and not metric.
Freedom units.
There is no 13. It's kind of close to half, but they're not interchangeable. 9/16 is kind of close to
I think
14.
this is a half. Can you get me a 1/2-inch socket wrench?
A socket wrench. Okay, stand by.
Could you get me a can of WD-40 that works not as good as this? Because some almost comes out sometimes.
Some almost comes out.
Yeah, and
So you need some
I'm sorry, I wrecked your camera.
So you need some kind of penetrant
Yeah.
and a 1/2-inch socket.
Maybe with a short extension.
What kind of drive?
It doesn't matter. It's a light duty sort of.
I mean, is it a 1/4 or 3/8 drive?
Either.
Either.
I don't care. I need a 1/2-inch socket. I don't care the drive. And a little bit of an extension so I can get it out of there. I don't think it'll come out with my fingers. Nope. Boy, I'm sweating.
I'm sorry, I'm taking too long.
You're not. Probably not even in the drawer. Maybe I should get out of here.
1/2 inch and a short extension.
Mm-hmm.
Oh hum. Where would that be? We have not recovered from No Name Nationals with putting our tools
Oh
back
no,
yet.
what a mess this is.
We have just not recovered. Oh man. Well,
Any?
this doesn't have an extension.
Well, give it to me. Is it a deep well?
Oh no, you need a deep well?
Well, if you don't have an extension, a deep well might work. Will you give me what you got?
I'm trying to get it for you. You're like being impatient.
Who, me? I would never.
See, there's metric stuff over on the SAE side, and
They can't see me.
oh, here's an extension.
Woohoo!
Now I can see that wasn't where it belongs. Here's a
Perfect.
half and a
Thank you, sir. That
okay,
will give me
and I'll try to find the penetrant.
No, I'm good. Go ahead and go back to the camera because they can't see what I'm doing or what you're
I'm trying to find stuff.
I know everything got
Where
moved.
everything is, it's just like we got everything scattered.
I know everything got moved because I used the table
Oh, I
because.
got a whole thing here full of penetrants. What am I thinking? I forgot I put this here. Um,
Ew. If your line is stuck and you can take the thing off without breaking up, you can turn it off of there and then the line will free up tomorrow.
Kim, this may work, it may not work. Penetrate up on top of the fender.
Hey, thanks.
I actually started to put things away. I forgot I had that tote full of spray oils. Sorry, everybody. I walked away. Oh, Brawler's taking off. Driving to work.
Oh,
Watching all the day till the screen ends.
All right. Now I gotta get
Yeah,
out.
Brawler. Yeah, come back Tuesday, especially Tuesday nights at 7.
Good luck with the
which
timing
is
light.
which is what that 5 o'clock your time, and come back and see us, and we'll.
Once you've got that worked out, that car's gonna scream. 340's a great engine.
We'll look forward to
Very
seeing you.
desirable engine. People
Okay,
love that.
okay, let's see here. Then I'm coming back now, so now I got to go up this a little bit. I will try that. Thank you. I thought I was screwed, so tall got me 66% further than I was getting. Just tall. Oh, y'all. Got me 66% further than I was getting. Just one valve to go, and I can replace the push rods and try to start it. Oh yeah, that'll be good. You'll love it. Take a non-running engine and make it running. Oh, nothing more fun than that. Brawler will be listening while driving. I get it. Okay. Yes, thank you guys. Yeah, good having you here. Okay, this camera is not really where I want it. I guess it's okay. Here I am. Just see, got all these tools. Got lots and lots of tools that just got.
What do you think?
Just got carried
what
away with them. What happened to what? Oh, I didn't see that go out. What'd you do?
I put it out.
You put it out. Let's see if you can put it back. Okay, it says connected to 4K compatible. It came back. Oh, now we're looking at, oh, it's really close, that rusty spot, and that whole fitting thing is gone.
Fitting is gone. I'm going to clean out the rust.
But you got that line hanging there.
Recording,
but we can put that line back a little bit.
I guess I can.
Just pull it away and we can weld there. I guess you gotta grind some of that and fit some new steel and weld in a thing.
Got some work to do here. Let's see what it looks like. You guys get to see it here. That's not good.
Oh yeah, look at that. Look at what she's pulling out of that frame rail.
I gotta get my phone so I
What was something living in there?
It's not alive.
It's not alive. Not anymore, it's not. Who's stubby ratcheting spanner? Yeah, I guess if you're from wherever you're from. They wouldn't have said that. And where are you originally from? Somewhere in Massachusetts. I was going to say Boston, but I don't know if it was Boston or just somewhere in that general area of the world. Oh, this is a mess. Yuck. Look at this nice clean tray, and now it looks like that. Eesh. Eesh.
Right, here's my frame rail. And got a little hook here. And as you can see, there's carnage occurring here. There's the mouse here. And see on this side.
Came under there. I gotta be quiet. Quiet on the set. That's why I'm not talking much.
Can you guys see the pile?
Oh yeah, we're watching not the pile, but we're watching all
We
the
should definitely use that
buzz coming out.
frame,
Look at what she's pulling out of that.
pulling the frame rails.
Yeah, that's what I said. It looks like a nest. Looks like a nest in there.
Yeah.
Well, you know, when we weld that, that'll just catch on fire and go away.
Oh, well, why am I wasting my time? All right. I wanted to get some video from both sides, so you guys can see what's happening there. Were they able to see that? Was that stunning videography?
Look at that. That almost, it looked like it wasn't that bad until you pulled all the rat's nest out. Oh yeah, that's a real good picture right there. Oh, that's good, Kim. That's really good. That you started pulling that rat's nest out, and then the hole started looking bigger.
Great.
Yeah, great.
Just what everybody wants is to see a great big hole with no car.
Well, the good thing is,
She likes it that.
it's gonna get fixed.
She likes when I poke all the dirt out of her holes.
Yeah, the frame member is compromised. You know what? Only one side has that. The other side's just
The other
perfect
side's
looking.
okay.
Just looks perfect.
It's calm.
So I don't know. Something went down in there when it was. You remember this thing sat around for like 10 years or something as a sign for a Cuban restaurant. So
Oh, they don't remember that.
something happened. You know, something went in there and just sat there and rotted
I mean,
away.
it's salvageable. It's a very isolated spot. Like over here, it's perfect. Over here, it's perfect. Even on there's a up here, it's perfect. It's just like this spot here. So with the plate, we'll plate well past where the damaged area, and then we'll plate the bottom so there's no flex, and it'll be good. But we got to get all this trash out, because the last thing you want to do is plate garbage into, like, leave it in there. You really regret that.
See this tray that we use for, where is it? That we're using for tools. Just filthy inside. And I tried using some Simple Green, which is pretty good cleaner.
Yeah.
But it would not touch this grease. But I'm putting CRC Power Lube, just wiping this stuff right up.
Yeah, that works pretty good.
And it smells good. CRC Power Lube does not have a bad smell. It's almost addictive.
It's nice. Oh, man. I guess it's time for the death wheel. Right? The wheel. Well, at least we got to it. I mean, with that torsion bar right here, what are you gonna do?
Oh, were you look? I was not.
I'll show
I was
you.
not looking.
The torsion bar is right up against it. It's like packed in that spot.
I'm cleaning up here, so I wasn't paying attention to you. I'm sorry. I mean, I'm listening to you, but I'm not watching you.
You can go with your bigness. It's gonna take me a minute to get things set up. Like full screen.
Go with my bigness. I didn't know what you were talking about.
Right.
Go full screen. Well, I got oil and nasty stuff all over my hands. I don't want to touch the mouse.
I'll do it because I gotta what's that called? Do some stuff.
You got to do some stuff.
I gotta change battery out of this camera because it's dead.
Oh, you got a dead camera
I
battery.
mean, it's not dead, but it will be.
Yeah,
Right
it's,
when I want it to be, it will be dead.
yeah, it'll be bad.
I really want to do that. And I gotta change my angle. That kind of thing.
Kim, I can't believe how well this CRC Power Loop cleans this up. Oh, this is wonderful. look at my tray. Oh, everybody's watching me now. I didn't notice my camera so good. This stuff right here, if you've never used it, not a sponsor, but damn good stuff. And not a bad penetrant, but it's also an oil, so it lubricates. It's a light lubricant, unlike WD-40, which I don't think really is a good lubricant.
It doesn't smell as chemically. I mean, it always has a pleasant smell to it.
Don't cut yourself, Kim.
Yeah, I know. That's
But it got you to Sykeston back. It sure did. That car, Kim did a lot of work to it, and but it was a lot of old stuff. Well, of course, we put a rear end under it and did some other things. Idler arm was really in need of replacement because it didn't steer very well. But we did that stuff and got us to Sykeston. The problem in Sykeston is that though we had a lot of oil leaking out of the back of the engine, got all over the clutch and just made a mess, you know. Yeah, CRC makes a lot of good stuff. You're right. So, yeah, it was pretty nice having that car at Sykeston. And then my car, my much newer Mazda, 2016 Mazda, got destroyed in a crash in Kentucky. And the Dart got us home. 66 Dart got us home. Felt
All
pretty.
it cost us was a couple extra quarts of oil.
Yeah, we had to pour some oil. I think to get home, I think it was what, like
It was at least 3.
3 quarts oil, 3 or something. Yeah,
At least.
at least 3. Yeah, on the way home, during the trip, we changed the oil.
Twice.
Their MAF sensor cleaner comes in very handy around electronics. Yeah, I bet it does. Yeah, CRC makes some good stuff. I got used to this stuff. There's an airplane that I worked on when I was out at the test site, and somebody had written a manual that I didn't have anything to do with, and then I rewrote the manual.
That's how much dirt was in the
frame rail.
Yeah. You guys
But
can see
there
it.
were a lot of things they lubed with this, and it was so good. I just had to buy some myself. Yeah, look at that.
Pretty much a lot of dirt. Maybe mud dauber? No.
No, my daubers don't look like that.
Years and years.
Just years and years of stuff. W40 is a water displacement formula. Yeah, number 40 was designated as an oil lubricant. Number 40 was designed as an oil lubricant. See, I didn't think WD. I know it has some. It lubricates, but I didn't think it was very good. I've used it a lot, but the CRC Power Lube is a lubricant, and it's very, very light. Yeah, that's what I thought. It wasn't designed as. Oh, I see. Wasn't designed as a lubricant. That's what I thought. It was not designed as a lubricant, but the Power Lube certainly was. And we had a lot of controls in that airplane that were torque tubes, big long tubes that turn like this. And they're in Delrin. If you know what Delrin is, kind of like nylon. They're in Delrin bushings. And the aluminum tubes, Delrin kind of self-lubricating, but not that well. But you put a little CRC Power Lube on it, and man, it's great. So we had a thing where that particular airplane, we had to pull a bunch of panels off every 25 hours and go in there. And one of the things was all those places where there was Delrin bushings on a moving part, we had to hit with CRC Power Lube. And every 25 hours is probably an overkill, but we never had to worry about it. So, and then we also used on little ball joints. The little ball joints that you probably see if you're around airplanes. Little ball joints on the end, just like throttle linkage. What do they call it? Heim joints, but they're a little bigger, but the same thing. And they move control surfaces and stuff. So we'd just put a little on each one of those, make sure it was good. But when you're hitting it every 25 hours, even a light oil like that will be fine. So I really got used to it. Made by a little company for NASA. Was it? I don't know. WD-40. Man, I was a little kid. I remember that stuff. Now, my father, when I was real little, which would have been 1950s, he had stuff called liquid wrench, which is still around, but I don't know if it's the same formula. I gotta buy some liquid wrench because I'll know the smell. It's kind of funny. Smells you remember from many, many years ago. But I'll go on. Love this garage videos. We do this a lot. We do this at least a couple of times a week up here in the garage, and then we do it in a studio on Tuesday nights.
Yeah,
And we
we got a green screen and we can show pictures.
Tuesday nights we show pictures of everybody's cars, and when we're here, we just whatever we're doing. Like right now, I'm cleaning up tools because we went to drag races and we took all these tools, and then my car got wrecked. So we moved all these tools from one car to another. I couldn't get it.
We had to pull the motor out of this car.
I had to go to the hospital, and Kim grabbed some things out of my car. Then the tow company towed it off. So then I had to go to 100 miles away, drove up there in our Jeep, got all my tools out of there. So they're just a mess, just mixed up mess. So I'm trying to clean them up and put them where they belong. It's kind of embarrassing.
I'm trying to figure out how to work this so you guys can watch with the camera while I do it.
My dad had liquid wrench, and it was in the 70s. The smell should be unmistakable. You know what smell? Some of you, I don't know if any of you in here are old enough to remember cars that didn't have a positive crankcase ventilation, PCV system. They just had a road draft tube. And it was a smell I remember as a kid because in the 50s, there was no PCV system. So I remember that smell. But then 1961 came around. I was in California. They started putting PCV on cars. And by the mid to late 60s, that road draft tube smell was gone. I just didn't smell it again. Then I went to Russia in the 90s, and I got an old bus. And right away, there was that smell from the road draft tube. And I went, it's just like...
Here's some more wrenches.
I was probably 6, 7, 8 years old the last time I smelled that. And then I was in my 40s, and it's like, whoa, I knew exactly what that smell was. And it's kind of funny how the mind remembers things like that. And 3-in-1. There was a guy next door to me, his neighbor, and he worked on his own airplane, built his own car, one of those kind of guys. And so I was over there a lot. He always had 3-in-1 oil around. Yep, I remember that stuff. Bringing me stuff, Kim. Okay, well, that's good. I'm getting it cleaned up.
I'm sorry, I'm going to need
No, it's good. Oh, you're going to need me again?
No, I'm going to need tools again.
Okay, well, just use the tools, but I'm making headway on cleaning up. Small company in San Diego.
I really appreciate it. Here are all the tools.
Small company in San Diego, something like the Rocket Chemical Company. She's bringing me bins of tools. Look at this. Look at this. Look at this. That's what I've cleaned up. This is the mess, and then she just brought me this mess. Okay. Okay, I'll clean it up.
Thank you, I really appreciate it.
I don't know if I'll have it clean by the time you get to them, but
I'm going to need those tools again before they're even done cleaning.
but see, I like to wipe the grease off before I put them back in the toolbox. Kim just puts them in any old way. Don't put that in there. See, sometimes I think my tools are more important than the projects because I collected tools my whole life. I almost like them better than the cars. That's crazy. PCV is our friend. I will add that if possible. Yeah, of course. PCV. Original, what it was called, I remember 1961. It was actually 1960 in California. The 61 models came out. And everybody called it the smog device. And I remember asking a guy in a gas station, it was kind of my dad's mechanic, I said, how does the smog device work? And I'm, whatever it was, 6 years old. And he looked at me and shook his head. He goes, that's too complicated to explain. And okay. But then I'd go to the library and get the motor's auto repair manuals and figure out how all this stuff worked. And of course, the original smog device, which is positive crankcase ventilation, really is a good thing, you know. Where we started to have problems with emissions equipment is when the cars there was requirements for the lower emissions. They really didn't know how to do it yet, you know, and the electronics hadn't come around. They probably did the best they could, but some of that stuff didn't work real well. And of course, now the electronics, I mean, it's pretty easy to achieve the emissions requirements on newer cars. My 62 Skylark had a road draft tube. I remember the smell. Yeah, okay, that means it was not a California car. I think everything else is required in 63 in the U.S., 1963 federal standards, 1961 California standards. Yeah, that smell. Tim, the street cars in Yaroslavl were all leftovers from World War II. Yeah, I rode in stuff in Russia that was like, I'd get in it and I'd go, you know, it's big, loose cast iron parts and everything. I go, you know what? This stuff is really old stuff, but you know what? It was heavy and it didn't wear out. They just, yeah, I was on trains that I'm sure were World War II era. My dad always had a can of 3-in-1 oil around. Yep. But he also developed 3-in-1. Okay. I was a bit of a prodigy as a kid. They just say, go to the library. Oh, with me, I was begging to go to the library. Well, my first grade year, they didn't have enough room in the school that I was in, so they started building more schoolrooms, and they put us, everybody in first grade went to the basement of a Baptist church that was like way over there somewhere. And it was not real close to the house, but it was not far enough away they were going to send us on buses. It was about 3/4 of a mile. So I walked to the Baptist church and went to school there. But on the way home, the county library, I walked right by it. And as soon as I was 6 years old, I was allowed to have a library card. So I went in there and got a library card. And right away, I was taking out books, you know, and they were Motors Auto Repair manuals, taking them home. And sit there and just love that stuff, you know.
Hey, check the Elgato, see if it comes on.
Elgato, looking for Elgato camera. There's a camera here called Elgato. We do have Elgato.
Can you see the hole in the frame?
I see the hole. Can I switch to both? Oh,
Yeah,
there's.
yeah,
I'm gonna leave it there so Kim can. There's Kim.
Go to both so they can see you.
There's Kim under the car. You can see the.
Is it kind of centered or?
Oh, it's not centered, but it's lit up. It's
Go ahead, put it on both,
real,
and I'll see
real
where it is.
obvious
I'll make
what
it
you're
so
doing.
It's centered.
Oh, that's pretty good.
Okay, I'm gonna cut. I'm sorry about the noise. Do you guys want to finish a conversation or anything before?
No,
I
I'm just running on about going to the library when I was a kid.
Yeah, that's a good story though.
So you can. I'm gonna move this camera. It's not really in a good spot. Is it? I don't know. Can't figure it out. No, I'm moving myself out of the camera. Okay, so Kim's gonna make noise under there. I hope you got glasses on. Yeah.
Can you guys see what's happening?
I think so.
Do they
Yeah.
have any concept of how scary it is to cut apart my favorite car?
Okay, let's see. Tim says, "Do you have a let's see. Do you have a face shield, Kim?" I think she had glasses on, but yeah, I'm worried about her. She's got stuff in her eyes before with not just wearing glasses, not face shield. Uh, and I have a Goran has a 1960 Cadillac Pink. Nice
Can you
car.
see this?
Okay. Yeah, I see. Oh, look at that, Kim. Oh yeah, that's bad.
It's very isolated though.
Making sure Kim has eye shield would be okay. Yeah, I'm always yapping at her about
Okay,
covering her
no
eyes.
noise and then
Kim, what do you have on your eyes?
glasses.
Glasses. Whack.
Yeah, sorry about the noise.
Okay, Brawler 1997 says, anyone know why my gas gauge, now you remember this is a 73 Dodge Charger. Does anybody know when my gas gauge goes down when I accelerate, but when I brake it goes up, but sometimes it stays on empty? Kim, you just did a whole Chrysler gas gauge.
Yeah, I just did some gas gauge stuff. Sending units are at that age are a little fussy.
A little fussy, yeah.
But the other thing is when you accelerate, the gasoline sloshes around in the tank.
Yeah, but it doesn't come back up.
Well, if it doesn't come back up, it might be sticking, or it might be all gummed up because the electrical parts are in the tank. I just had to take mine out and clean it, and then all of a sudden it started working the way it was supposed to.
Do you know what a rheostat is? I don't know. I'm going to ask you this, and you can think. Do you know what a rheostat is? Inside there, where's the camera? Inside there is a rheostat, which is a winding, and there's a thing that rubs along that winding that changes it's a variable resistor. So it changes the voltage as the float goes up and down. And those things get really cruddy and they don't always work right. And she took hers all apart and cleaned everything real well and made sure the what else did you do? Something under the dash wasn't right. Oh, there's a voltage regulator under the dash that's what, for 5 volts?
Yeah, but the behavior that he's describing doesn't sound like.
Yeah, so anyway, she had to replace the voltage regulator, but that doesn't sound like the problem you have. And then and once she did all that, I was up there watching the gauge and where's my hands? I was up there watching the gauge and she was moving the float up and down. Well, she had it out of the tank and it was all working. Then she put it all back together and we put gas in it and it works perfectly. But it was that rheostat was all filthy, dirty, rusty mess. So it means the gas is moving in your tank, but then if it doesn't come back up, there's probably something, or the float's stuck or something.
He's out in California, so rust is probably not as much of an issue.
Well,
but old gas corrosion happens.
I don't know where he is in California. If you're near the ocean and you got that fog coming in every night, yeah, you'll have some rusty business on and of course a gas tank will get moisture in it just from the air, and then it's closed, so it stays in there. So it could be some kind of crud on the rheostat. Uh, I'm more worried about that wheel exploding. I've talked to Kim about this so many times. Don't stand in line with the wheel. I hope she's not. Uncle Tony had his face about torn off because of one of those things.
So that's what I'm recording with my
She's
phone.
recording.
So this is what it looks like. I bent it down. I'm gonna cut that section out, maybe a little further up. But see, up here it's not bad. There's the problem is not see it. We'll check it out from the inside. We'll look at it maybe a little bit. Maybe we'll even smoke it. But it's sort of limited. The issue is isolated to like right here and a little bit more up on the side. Clean it out a little bit. And, see if we can clean to do. Now we have some space to get up in there. We have to figure out how to clean it out best. And we will play with it. Okay. Just wanted to get some on more than one camera because this is too big to risk not having video of.
All I'm just said, that's probably not the best link I could have sent. I'm not sure what you tried to send.
You know what? You can go to the big thing. I'm not going to record on the other side. I'm going to take a break from trying to record.
Okay, go back to the big cam.
Yeah.
Okay, stand by. Okay, I'm back to the big cam. Okay, Brawler, you said there's no rust. I mean, have you had the sending unit out? You get on those little rheostats, you get it apart. There could be some stuff in there. And the car may not have any rust, but
it doesn't have rust.
The rheostats could be dirty,
Yeah. I mean,
you guys run them.
You could try starting with just some like fuel system cleaner, but it's.
He wants to know,
won't hurt.
do we run manifold or ported vacuum?
Mopars are ported.
She runs ported vacuum.
Who asked?
Brawler, 1997, second 12:06 a.m.
Yeah, I don't understand how manifold vacuum works. I don't know.
Oh,
is that a Chevy or a Ford thing? But
I don't know. It'd just bring it all the way to full advance immediately as soon as you start the engine. I don't know why. I don't understand that.
Yeah, it doesn't seem right. Ported vacuum is how they do it with Mopars, so that's what I suggest.
Also, don't be like Uncle Tony. Being on fire or crashing is only cool in retrospect.
Yeah. It's only cool to watch somebody else do.
Uncle Tony standing with a cigarette and a big puddle of gasoline. I was like, yeah, I don't know, he gets away with it. Although he got smacked in the face with a broken cutoff wheel. That wasn't good.
Yeah, they're pretty yucky.
Gran has a pink Cadillac in Sweden. I was trying to send the Springsteen song. Oh, you're trying to send it to him, not through the chat. Send it. Yeah, let me put my I can't look at it tonight, but on Tuesday night we'll look at it. I'll put an email address here to send pictures to if you didn't already catch it. I'll put it again.
What are we gonna look at? His
1960 Cadillac.
Who has that?
I think you pronounce it Goran. I think a guy in Sweden that's here.
Okay. Oh wow, the Swedish guy. How is he communicating? Did we find a translator?
He's probably translating somehow, and he's not saying a lot, but I think he's probably translating with Google or something and then putting it up.
Okay.
Oh, Graham, yes, I have. Let's see. Okay, so yeah, if you haven't already sent it, there's the address to send it to. But we'll get to that. We'll get to that on Tuesday nights.
Yeah, that's the only time we can do that.
Yeah, up here in the shop we have sort of a little studio here, but it's not a real complete one. I mean, what we have here is a multiple cam
It's too many moving parts to try and do the green screen.
the green screen we have in the house.
See if Elgato comes
I,
up for us.
I had a living room. Now we have a studio. What's that?
See if Elgato comes up.
Elgato, stand by.
Elgato is camera number 2.
Elgato is camera number something.
Or do the dual cam.
Well, make up your mind.
Either. Okay, that's what I wanted.
Okay, so you're back. Okay. You guys know everything about cars. No. About the time you know everything, or you think you know everything, that's when somebody tells you don't, and they're right.
Don't know everything.
And they're right when you don't know everything. Oh, why is this camera not? I worked on cars and airplanes and bicycles for 55 years. The first 3 years was bicycles, and after that it was cars, and then I was in the Air Force and I worked on airplanes for a while. Big airplanes. And then I went back to cars again when I got out of the Air Force. And then I got my pilot's license, and I started really liking airplanes again. And then I started building my own airplanes. And then I ended up going to work for a guy that wanted me to design some airplanes, and I did that. And then I worked for a defense contractor and worked on airplanes there for many years, and flight testing, all kinds of stuff. Really interesting job. And then that contract ran out, so I retired. And now I do YouTube.
Okay, I'm going to make noise.
She's going to make noise again. Oh. You okay down there? Kim, we do have face shields around here somewhere.
I know.
It's just too bad Kim is under the car. She could bring up a pic of a 60 Caddy for going. Okay, here's the deal. We don't have any way to do that here. We only have the one computer going, and it's all set up as streaming.
Yeah, we do that on Tuesdays.
But on Tuesday nights, we have a whole myriad of computers and screens and all kinds of stuff, and we can do all that.
Jump on Google. We talk about all kind of.
Yeah, we can go on Google, bring up stuff, talk about everybody's cars that they send pictures in, and yeah, it's a little different studio. The studio in the house is much more
robust.
Much more robust. Yeah.
Robust.
Okay.
Hands are dirty. Expensive camera with dirty hands. But do it for the vine. You guys are here with us, so you deserve the really good stuff. I'm gonna go down there. I gotta get the
going down.
Hole in the bottom.
Oh, geez, you're stretching cords out here. They're getting taut, like.
Okay, here we go. There's a hole in the bottom.
That's
of the
where.
dirt.
Oh, okay. Now it had a
hole in the bottom of the dirt. There's a hole. There's a hole in the bottom of the dirt. Here we go.
Oh, look at that. Oh, yeah, you just got to get those weeds out of there. So what are you going to do? Make a piece or several pieces to go there? Or...
Well, I think on this side, right? Over here, I'll show you what's going on. Let me... Oh, recorded. Nobody heard that.
Jeez, Cam. You know this is real.
Okay, on this side, see, there's this piece. we're gonna have to wrap into this corner and then come over. We're going to make a plate that has a right angle here, and then we need a plate that goes up here, and then we need to plate the inside. I haven't figured out the overlapping on those things yet. I want to see what it looks like up in this direction. I haven't been able to see it yet. Maybe I'll turn this. Is there any dirt in there? What do you guys think? Is it dirty?
Yeah, now it's all out of focus. You're way too close or something.
Yeah?
Oh yeah, that's in focus.
Full of dirt?
Yes. You can't see it? You can't see it.
No, the way I'm holding the camera, I can't see.
Okay, oh yeah, it's filthy up in there. There's all kinds of crap in there.
Alright, I got work to do. You can just go back to the regular camera, because there's no way I can hold the camera.
Okay, I'm going back to the... I'm having trouble. I'm doing too much here. Okay, I'm back to this. Kim will notice better throttle response on ported vacuum. Oh, will I notice better throttle response on ported vacuum? What do you have? Do you have manifold vacuum now hooked to the distributor, to the vacuum vents?
Vacuum is there's no way to tune a Chrysler to work on manifold vacuum because the system's not designed to work that way.
I don't know. Did you hear her? I think you probably did. Yeah, get rid of that ported. Go to ported vacuum.
Yep. Yeah, the distributor
I mean, but then
and
you
the whole
you
setup's
still
designed
gotta
to work with ported.
still need to know where your timing is. You know.
Yeah. Well, the other thing, right?
I was just gonna get up and head that way. Oh no, never mind. Here's another tray. I'm just looking for another tray.
So,
Okay, go ahead. I'm sorry I interrupted.
Okay, Brawler, if you're trying to determine an issue that you believe is timing, you don't want to hook up the manifold vacuum. You don't want to hook up the vacuum advance at all right now. Okay? All vacuum advance does is improve your fuel economy at cruising speed. Well, that's not entirely true. Look, disconnect the vacuum advance. Plug the manifold port and don't send any vacuum signal to the distributor until you've got the timing set and the engine running good with just the base timing and the mechanical timing that's built into the distributor without the vacuum advance. There's two kinds of advance that the distributor on a car like this does. One is mechanical advance, so based on the speed, and the other is vacuum advance, based on the load that the engine is experiencing. It's more difficult to properly tune the vacuum advance, so start by confirming that you have your initial timing set properly and that your mechanical advance is doing what it's supposed to do. Then you can add your vacuum advance, and if the vacuum advance messes everything up, then you know it's wrong and you can get more help on it. But it's really hard to tune the mechanical advance or the initial timing if you have the vacuum advance connected to manifold vacuum. That's just gonna mess you up. And even ported vacuum, you have to match the advance pod on the distributor to the signal that's coming from your carburetor. And your carburetor is not the factory carburetor. So you have to tune the vacuum advance to the signal that's coming from your ported advance or your ported vacuum. And you don't want to do that first. So just block that off, not because it's bad, not because you never want to use it, but because first you got to get the stuff without that. I got to wash my hands, and then I got to get the vacuum cleaner and suck all that garbage out of those frame rails.
I thought you had gloves on.
I
No, that's dirt.
I'm wearing. I can't find the spray bottle of green stuff. Did you have it?
The spray bottle of green stuff. Yeah, it's right here.
Okay, can I have some
It's
squirts?
running down though, so I'm gonna have to mix up some
Well,
more.
I think there's the bottles behind
The
you.
bottle's behind me and the water and everything.
And
Yeah.
there's two bottles, and they both need filled. So
Yeah, the other one emptied in the trunk of the Mazda
you can get through some of these.
When the Mazda went airborne.
Yeah, Brawler, don't use manifold. Oh, did that make Tim understood? But Tim, you already understand that stuff. Brawler, it's complicated. It's gonna take some practice to figure out. But I don't think you should hook your distributor manifold vacuum. There's other people who will argue that you should, but I think that is an advanced part of it. Just make it work without the vacuum advance and then connect the vacuum advance. I see people say that ported is for emissions.
Ported.
No.
It was ported in
No.
the 50s.
Yeah, no, it's not for emissions. It is for fuel economy and for engine performance. But
My 57 Ford was
just
ported.
get the car to run good. The car will run amazing. I mean, it will pull hard and will not stumble off of idle if you have the timing set properly without the vacuum advance at all. So just leave it off until you figure out what's going on.
Yeah, Olive. You know what I used to, and I always forget, not always forget, but sometimes I take dish soap and wipe it all into my hands and use it like lotion, and then go to work. And then all that soap was in the pores of my skin and the fingerprints and everything else. It's under the grease. And I tell everybody that, and then most of the time I forget.
They used to tell you to use Skin So Soft or something like that, and I don't know.
Oh, what is this?
It looks like mold.
It's not. It's some kind of misery that you put on my wrench. What is that? I don't know. You're using the wrenches and it's on there.
This wrench. This wrench came out of an old pile.
I know what it came out of. It came out of one of the old cars you bought, and it was just fell out of a fender.
Stuck to something.
Yeah, it's stuck to something, and don't put it in the drawer. This is what a free wrench looks like when you get it. Somebody had ground on it, made it thinner.
Did anybody see that zombie movie where the spores eat fungus, turns people into zombies? It kind of looks like that stuff. But I think it's like caulking or some rubber caulking.
So this needs to be wire wheeled or something.
Yeah, maybe. Yeah.
Oh, man. I'm getting there, Kim. I'm starting to get these wrenches organized again.
You said you'd help.
Yeah, at least I'm not just sitting here talking. I'm sitting here talking and doing something. There's a huge mess.
I really needed help. It was getting out of hand and I couldn't do it all myself. Could not do it all by myself. I gotta get the camera equipment and I buried it. Why do I always bury the thing that I need?
I don't know. For those of you who might need to buy individual wrenches sometimes, I needed an 18 for something, 18 millimeter. I don't know what it's for. It's not a real common size, but it's used on something. And I bought this on Amazon, and I bought a few other tools from them. And it's a Capri. Can you see that? Capri tools. There it is. Capri tools. They weren't real expensive. They're pretty darn nice, and you don't have to buy a whole set. So, not a sponsor, but just a good thing to keep in mind. Or there's this method of getting tools, which is when you buy an old piece of junk and it falls out of the fender, and it's something somebody left in the car. Oh, this is nice. This is the piece. This is the piece that needed to be replaced. But anyway, those Capri tools are not bad. Kim, I think I have another free wrench here. It's a 9/16. It came from something. It's a little bit dirty looking, but I mean, this wasn't mine. I guess it's ours now. You know, people leave tools under the hood of cars and they fall down inside fenders and stuff and they just leave them there. You remember it, those of you that were here the night we took apart, again, Kim, took apart the, what was that little truck you took apart?
Dodge Dakota.
No,
Ford Ranger.
the Ford Ranger, pulled the cab off of it and everything. Uh, there were tools fell out of that thing. Tools falling out of it as we worked on it. And I have the 1960 Cadillac in 43-year long. Oh, you've had it for 43 years. Wow. Okay, let's see here. Brawler 1997. I had it connected once to ported. I had better throttle response, but also my car sounded better from mufflers, but car seemed hotter. Oh, like, do you have a temperature gauge? You mean that kind of hot?
Well, it'll get hot if it's not.
If it's it's not advanced far enough. I almost said the word.
It'll get hot if the timing's wrong.
Yeah, the
You
timing's
gotta
wrong.
figure out your base timing. I know it's fun to talk about, but you gotta get the equipment.
You got to get it done, yeah. Okay, let's see here. Trans-cross member of my 89 GMC uses 18 millimeter bolts and nuts. I had to drop it the other night to change filter and fluid, plus adjust the TV cable. What's TV? I should know that. Oh, you'll probably remind me before I remember. Yeah, it's kind of funny, you know, because back in the days when I was working on cars and everything was SAE on American cars, it was so easy. European cars were 10, 13, 17, 19. Japanese cars, there were no Korean cars imported yet. Japanese cars were all 10, 12, 14, 17, 19. And then when American cars started going metric, it's like they used everything except those. They used the 10, but they used like 18s and 16s and things that it was just crazy. I didn't know why they didn't do the same things the Japanese or the Europeans did, but they did that. So you find things that are 18 and 16 and stuff that was not used in Europe or Japan. But I guess we've all kind of gotten used to that now. Oh, throttle valve. Okay, that makes sense. Throttle. Why didn't I think of that? Throttle valve 700 R4. Man, I had a 700 R4 in my Corvette, and that was my favorite transmission ever. Somebody built that transmission and just did a good job on it. It was one of those transmissions I could just bump it up next gear to go. I mean, it would hit not so hard that it'd shake my teeth, but there was no wasting time between one gear and another. It was really nice. And yeah, I kind of miss that. Actually, that transmission and engine will be out of that Corvette. The guy that has it told me I could have that engine trans because he's going to put an LS in it. And so I can actually get that engine transmission back. Okay, for those of you that want to see, this is the line wrench. So you can slide that over a line and then slide it onto the nut that's on the line. It's almost, well, it works like a box wrench, but it slides over the line. Works really well. Kim, what you doing?
I'm trying to record with this.
Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't know you were recording.
No. I was trying to record with this borescope, and I can't remember how. Weren't we able to record video with this before? Or did we just take pictures?
I don't know. Most wrench and socket sets in the U.S. jump from 17 to 19. Hence, here it is. Where is it? The Capri 18 millimeter that I bought, because some wrench set didn't have an 18. So I bought it. It also, the wrench set I have, didn't have a 16. Also a Capri wrench. Tavo, flare spanner wrench. Yeah, flare nut for the flare nuts. Yep. I've noticed that. Yeah, and you know who one of the worst is Harbor Freight for leaving wrenches out. You buy an SAE set, and I buy SAE set from Harbor Freight, and there's no 11/16 in it. It's like, really? And then they leave out the 16 and the 18. I mean, China is so metric, and they leave the metric wrenches out. So I don't know what the story is. And of course, Harbor Freight, you don't go buy individual wrenches, you buy a set. So that's why started buying the Capri wrenches, because I could buy them one at a time. Pretty nice. See, Tavo, same down here. 18 millimeter wasn't heard of. First one I found was on my '97 Falcon. Then find the Neon has 18 millimeter nuts. So that's what I don't understand is why. See, and I was just saying this before you came in, Tavo, is the American. Back in the day, everything was SAE with Americans, and European was 10, 13, 17, 19, and Japanese was 10, 12, 14, 17, 19. And then Americans come along with metric in 1977 when the U.S. went metric on automotive, and they started putting 16s and 18s and stuff nobody uses. It's like, why didn't they just do what the Europeans and the Japanese did? Gordon, thanks. This is a nice program. Yeah, I mean, we just hang out in the shop and stream. Don't you hate it when you need a 30-second socket? Oh, you know what? We have one of those, don't we, Kim? Didn't we just look at one of those? Does your flare wrench have a flank drive? What's a flank drive?
I think we did use the 30-second.
What's a flank drive? Flank drive.
I don't know where it is.
What's a flank drive? What am I thinking? Oh man, he just asked a question and I'm lost. Tell me what a flank drive is. As soon as you say it, I'll know. I go, oh yeah, I'm a dumbass. I don't know. EU metric sets for decades included 10, 11. Oh, I like 11 because then 7/16 and 11 are the same. They're like 2,000ths apart or something. So 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. Yes, 17, 19. Same thing here. They leave out the 16 and the 18. And of course the 20. And then you need them. I bought a set of big metric wrenches that's hanging on the wall over there. And they started, I don't know where they start. 19 maybe? Maybe 17 or 18, and they go way up to like huge. And I think that's a complete set. I don't know why I don't know what a flank drive is. I know what it is, I just can't pull it out of my dead brain.
Oh, yeah.
I need to take a break from it.
They're like that. You gotta watch out, that Chuck will do that to you. Make jokes.
Here's a tool. I like to tell stories about tools. When I had my first radiator shop, it's 1975, and it was on a corner. And some guy came around a corner going way too fast in a pickup truck, and it had a work bed on the back of it, which has big flat sides on it and toolboxes. This was on top of that toolbox. And he came around that corner, and this goes sliding off his toolbox, hits the street, slides all the way over, and hits the curb on the edge of the street. And I start yelling at the guy, hey, you dropped your wrench, and he just drove off. So this was just kind of a black wrench, dark, I don't know, black. And then I painted it orange in there so I wouldn't leave it inside inside underneath somebody's hood. And I lubed it all up, made it really nice. So I've had this wrench since 1975, and it was free, and we still use it all the time. And it was just in that bucket, and Kim was using it. So you got to run the vacuum.
Yeah, just take a minute.
Kim is vacuuming the inside of that frame rail, I think. Kim is trying to get the underside of that car all vacuumed and clean up all the rust and shavings from her cutting. So that's what all the noise is, and that's why I'm not talking very much. Where's my phone? She's finished. Okay, let's see. I took a picture of my screen because Goran, I don't know how to pronounce that right. I said, look at Norland's Custom in Sweden. Very good, big USA cars. That's why I took a picture of this, so when I get home, I can look that up, and I'll have it on my phone. Let's see here. Use a flank drive on the flux capacitor. Oh, I get it. I don't know. I know what a flank stake is. Really, the bigger sizes of the less that difference between metric and SAE matters, but 16 and 18, yeah, you got to have the right thing. I don't like using wrong stuff. Tavo, I do like my free Kinchrome SAE set. Goes from quarter to 1 1/4. Oh, that's big. Bruce, you retracted a message. I don't remember what it was. Is that SAE or metric adjustable? Yeah, it's one or the other. Okay, and then Olive is saying that she has a crescent wrench, but she hasn't painted it. Every tool I have that I get that's dark colored like that, I paint something on it. That I did kind of a nice job and painted the insert. But like I'll tape off a black screwdriver and I'll paint it yellow. And I paint them either bright orange or bright yellow. And the reason why is because then I won't ever leave it under the hood of a car. Because when you have something that's dark colored, like almost black, one of those tools, it's so easy to mess up. Make a mistake and leave it under a hood of a car.
All right, I'm sorry I have to vacuum again.
More noise from Kim. I don't know if you can hear that vacuum running, but it's hard to talk over that.
That's it.
Vacuum off. Oh, it says the vacuum blanks the mic. Yeah, I believe it.
Sorry, guys, I'm done.
Mike N. I didn't even know when Mike N came in, man. I'm sorry I missed you.
Welcome to the stream, Mike.
He says my vac is full of rat poop. Well, you need to get that out of there because you'll be blowing that all over the shop. So a 16 millimeter you can get away with using 5/8, 17 most cases 11/16, 19 you 3/4, but 18 nothing. Yeah, 19 and 3/4 I just about use them interchangeably, especially like big impact sockets to take wheels off. And of course, 7/16 and 11 are just basically interchangeable. I think there's like 2 thousandths of an inch difference. Really, it's really small amount of difference. So, and then a lot of people try to use 9/16 and 14 millimeter, but they're far enough apart that it doesn't work well. It's just, it's so easy to buy the right wrenches. I guess if you don't have any money and you got to get something working. And then really, if you can have access to the bolts, they're not like buried somewhere. These wonderful things. Oh, these got dirty. These Knipex, I'm trying to adjust them and they're not being cooperative. Why won't they adjust? Here. Knipex. These things are amazing. They work, the jaws are parallel. They look kind of like a pair of channel locks, but they're nothing like channel locks. This will grab a nut or a bolt so tight that it will never slip. The only thing is you have to have access to get it. It's a lot of stuff here. But you can turn nuts, really tight stuff with these. It's amazing. This is a Knipex tool, and they come in like 3 different sizes or maybe 4 different sizes. Pretty nice stuff. Let's see here. Dougster, have no fear. I should have just said have no fear.
Dougster's is late. Hey, welcome to the stream, Dougster! Woohoo!
I see Gren has stereotypical big American car. I have teen Swede snow hooning car. Dougster, yep. Potato. Dougster, I still have that potato. We're going to let it grow little sprouts and then we're going to plant it. I figure, well, that'll go on 2 or 3 years till we have a huge potato garden. I don't know if I'll get that far, but I sure think about it. Flank drive have little notches in the hex of the wrench. Snap-on had the patent on this from 25 years and the patent ran out. Now lots of wrenches have flank drive. They have little notches in the hex.
Is that like a channel lock, sort of?
Well, I think it's a little, I think what it is it lets it slip one direction, but not the other direction. Is that what it is? One of those things? It lets it go one way, but as soon as you go the other way, it tightens up. I think, I'm not sure. I'm really not sure. I'm mostly annoyed. I had to buy all this 18 millimeter stuff that doesn't match, but whatever. Yeah, if you're going to work on machinery, including cars, airplanes, all that, you will never stop buying tools. People say, I already have the tools. No, you're going to buy tools for the rest of your life. Yeah, I'm 70. I've been working on mechanical stuff I was working professionally for 55 years, a couple of years after that. 57 years now, I've been working on stuff with tools. I still buy tools because something comes up I need,
All right.
Hammering. Kim's hammering. Let's see, I already said that. I have 5, this is scoring. I have 5 older USA cars. This is my life. The guy that I worked for that was a Norwegian guy, he sold parts for like 50s and 60s cars to, he had a couple of dealers in Norway and Sweden where he sold all these parts. And he said there's a big market for that there. But I've kind of lost track of him, and he's probably in his mid-90s by now, so he's probably not doing it anymore. But that's the guy that I worked for when I was 17, and he had a brake and wheel alignment shop and a radiator shop, and that's what I learned. All my basic automotive stuff was from him. But of course, he was from Norway, so he was, he'd go to Norway, maybe go to Sweden, I don't know, but he had this business going where he sold 50s and 60s car parts. Volvo 940s are the last of the rear drive fun and snow Swedish cars you see. I always want to take one of those and put a small block Chevy in it because there's so much room under the hood. They're a pretty decent car, you know. Dougster says, no, not a slip branch buff. It's a crowfoot side of a box wrench with some goofy lines on the side, basically. What's it for? Is it just grab harder? Oh, it's supposed to bite better. Okay, I know the ones you mean. Okay, I know the ones you mean. I remember those. I don't have any. Uh, I don't think I have any. Might be some around here, but I don't think I have any. I'm not generally fussy about tools not matching, but if I just bought a darn set, I want all the sizes. Oh man, do I agree with that. I have bought so many sets of wrenches that are missing. It seems like when I buy a set of like metric wrenches and the 16 isn't there, I keep seeing those. What are the little station wagons I like? Oh, you'll help me with this. It's a something 70. Is it V70 or I don't remember. The nice little good looking Volvo. What happened? Kim, something came up like a notice. Error, YouTube is not something open audio. I got a warning here. Don't know what's going on. Anyway, maybe you can hear me. See that yellow thing that popped up there?
Click on it.
Oh, we have problems. Can anybody hear me? Can anybody hear me? Can anybody hear me? I don't know. We've got some yellow error popping up that says we don't have any sound.
Hold on, just relax.
Okay.
Here, see where it says drop frames?
Yeah.
And then this went down. I think it's probably okay.
Okay, so I'm just gonna find out if anybody can hear me. So yeah, V70.
It's not dropping a lot of frames. We must just had a service interruption. If they say anything,
Dougster says there was a bug, but you're crystal clear. Okay. And all it says we can hear you. I don't know. We're getting a stupid error comes up. I don't know. It must mean something. So
the internet went down for a minute. We're okay now.
So yeah, the V70. I keep seeing those. I really like the way they look. I like the driving position. They just look cool. But you know, the running gear is not what I want, so that's not going to happen. But I keep seeing them. I'm actually looking for something I can just drive. Just get in it and turn the key and go. I'm half excited. I went for a drive. This is Tavo. I went for a drive to a small town 2 hours north of me. Found an old Chrysler dealer that looks defunct. Oh, that's pretty cool. Yeah, Tavo, I've looked on the map where you are, and you are out there. I think we're out in the middle of nowhere. We're not out in the middle of anything like you are. When I was in Arizona, there was a place I wanted to buy that was kind of like where you are, but it was desert and just really, really remote. Here to the very... Kim's hammering.
Loud.
I don't know. It's hammering. Talo says he peered through very dirty windows, saw lots of Chrysler parts boxes. Oh man, would you like to know who owns that? I'll drive Volvo. V is wagon. S is sedan. C is coupe. XC is XC cross country. Yeah, the V70. I think that is just such a great looking car. Yeah, and Dougster had something to say about that. You can read it. Not going to repeat it. Oh, man. Kim, what are you doing over there? You got to explain to us what you're doing.
I'm cleaning dirt and rocks out of the frame rail, and I'm temporarily scraping off the undercoating so we can weld, put it back on.
Scraping off undercoating so we can weld. Yeah, Talo, you missed that one of the frame rails, it's not really a frame rail, it's part of the unibody on the left side of the car. You know A bodies, they have those two rails that kind of go down the firewall and under the car. Well, one of them, she cut this piece out. And the other one, the one on the right side, is really good. So she's under there getting it ready to make a piece for that, and we'll weld it in. Grooves catch the corners of hex. Oh, the grooves maybe? Catch the corners of hex on bolt or nuts so you don't round the corners. Oh, I have snap-on box end wrenches, lots of them, but most of them are quite old. I mean, they're not that old, but like this is the newest one I have. And this is like a 2012 or something. But it's 11/32. I bought that off the truck in Yuma because I really needed 11/32 because we have all those. But I don't see anything unusual about this wrench. Other than the Snap-on logo looks different than the old ones. Most of my Snap-on wrenches are quite old because I bought them in the 70s and in the 80s, and then I bought some at garage sales and on, I'll see something like this in a garage sale. How much? Oh, $3. Yeah, I'll take it. Or eBay.
When was the last time you were at a garage sale?
It's been, the last time I was at a garage sale was in Ohio. So yeah, it's been a couple of years. It just depends on the garage sale. Depends on who it is and what they know about. A lot of people at garage sale don't know the difference between a Snap-on tool and a Chinese no-name tool. And if there's like one Snap-on in there and it's cheap, I'm going to pick it up. And no tools are bad. I mean, even the bad ones, you can heat them, bend them, make special tools out of them, and you don't feel bad about it. John Wilburn's here. How you doing? John Wilburn's here.
Welcome to the stream.
And in Sweden, we love older USA cars. I keep hearing that. JB, I've always wanted a 1995 T5R. There's a place that's putting 454 Chevys in them way back in the day. Tavo, our rails are more prone to rust as they mounted the steering box to it down here. To do so, they added gussets inside, which were wonderful water mud trap. I didn't even think about the steering box. For some reason, just not knowing any better, I assumed the steering box was a mirror image, and now I'm thinking about it. That's probably not the case. Oh, the closed end. Where'd I put that? This just looks like a normal closed end box wrench. Man, I don't know. Of course, this is pretty small. This is 11/32. I don't know. But most of the ones I have are like the 7/16. I'm sure that's from 1970s or their date on it. Shit, 1978. So, yeah. So, John, what's up? Yeah, I appreciate you coming in here.
Good to see you tonight, John.
Man, I hung out in John's for his whole 2 hours, and he went like 2 hours and 10 minutes or something. That was a really good live you had tonight, John. Okay, Tavo says, couldn't mount it on the right side of the K-frame with the slant 6 in the way. Tim says, I was busy and missed John's live.
Happened.
Olive says, Gordon, well, let us know if we can help with stuff. Some of us love Volvos here, too.
Are John and Doug both in the stream? Ask them if they want to see the frame rail.
I showed it to him. Well, I didn't show John. This is what Kim cut out of the frame rail, and it's just one spot. You know where the frame on a I call it a frame rail. It's part of the unibody. It's like a U section that goes down underneath the from the firewall down underneath the driver's side of the left side of the car.
I'll fire up Camera B to show them what's going on.
And it's here I am coughing again. I got to do something about the cough.
Okay.
Oh geez, here I go.
There's a bunch of people. Tavo, Bruce,
we got a lot of people in here. We got all our regulars and some new
John
people.
Wilburn,
Got all
Baran Sandstrom.
got our
Swedish.
got all our new people. Yeah.
Nice.
And
Well, let me give you
regular-
a look at the car.
Yeah, she'll get under there with the cam number 2. The cam that's called Elgato cam.
Ah, yes.
I don't know why up here when I click on it, it says Elgato.
Cat
It
cam.
means the cat.
Uh-oh.
What do you mean, uh-oh? Kim says, uh-oh. Uh-oh.
Uh-oh, crash. It's gonna click. You're gonna have to activate and deactivate.
Those iron moths are hungry buggers. Yeah, they're,
Oh, yeah, they have.
but you know, the whole car looks really good, except that one spot. The rail on the other side's perfect, so, I don't know.
Yeah.
Something got down in there and got wet, or
Yeah, you
had some.
gotta keep them clean.
Well, you remember she pulled all that stuff out with that hook, and that had to be holding water in there.
Okay, go to scene 2.
Scene 2. Okay, we're going away from me. Oh no, that's not scene 2. There's scene 4 and scene 3.
Oh,
Kim.
scene 3. Okay. Now down there where it says Elgato Raw.
Yeah.
Okay, click the little circle gear that right below it. No, below it. There's a little circle gear. That's properties.
Yeah.
Okay, now click deactivate. Now activate and it'll bring the camera back up.
Okay. Okay, that's not really a. Oh, there it is.
Yep.
Okay, there we go. Kim's got her second cam. So now she's gonna.
Okay, so if you like old cars, I mean, this is, well, it's definitely old. Here's my Dart
Oops.
in the garage, on the stands, kind of lights under her, and we've got the motor.
The bucket on its side, the white bucket on its side, that's got a light in it. That's to help the lighting down here.
Yeah, that's so we don't.
Okay,
look
let's see.
Dark and shadow.
Yeah,
we
Doug's says.
professional.
Elgato. Let's see.
There's this.
I'm really got behind here. Last year, Doug's last yard sale I went to, I spent $40 in a bag of tools, barely fit in a saddlebag of my Honda Valkyrie. To give you an idea of the size. Yeah, you know what? That's what I mean about garage sales. You can really get some deals. Same thing, not so much anymore, but same thing with pawn shops. The pawn shops, they know what they got.
You guys ready? I'll show you the
Okay,
frame rail.
go ahead, Kim.
I'm gonna take my glasses off so I can watch. Oh man, this is supposed to have image stabilization. I'm not seeing it.
Well, just be stable.
Oh, stable. That'd be the first time that ever happened in my life. Okay, this is the side in the fender. See?
Wait a minute, we can't. Just a minute, I got the mic something wrong here. Okay, go ahead, Kim. I'm sorry.
See, it's not rusty at all in here. That's in the wheel well. Beautiful. I just scraped all the undercoating off. No rust. No perforations whatsoever. Underneath is where we cut. And
that spot right there that's cut, this is what came out of there.
see, this is good. This is good. There's up to about here, there's a little bit of rust. Here, I'll show you. I'm gonna get angle. It ain't easy to get in here. That's why I turned the camera off before. It's not super bad.
Well, you know, Kim, I thought we were going to have to replace that whole rail, but it looks like it's not going to be that bad. Oh yeah, it's sort of yeah, it's kind of focused up in there.
Yeah. I mean, it's a little rusty on the side there, and then the bottom is rusty a couple inches up. Turn it around the other way. I mean, these guys know about Mopar, or else I wouldn't even do this. Because let's see, you can see the in. Can you see the inside? I can't even see what I'm aiming at here.
Well, I see something there. Oh, yeah, yeah, yeah. We see the hole you cut. That's where you cut all that rust out of there.
Yep, that's what it looks like. That's as good as I think I can show you, really.
Tawa says, "Wow, ours don't rust there. Ours go much higher between the K-frame bolt and the firewall." Well, see, this is kind of a strange car because it was used as a sign at a restaurant for maybe 10 years. And I would guess something ran down in there. Remember when she cut that out, then she took a hook and cleaned all this like fuzz and
All right, you can put it back to the regular.
dirt out of there. And when she cleaned all that stuff out of there, I bet that was just full of moisture and it rotted from the inside.
I mean, the thing of it is,
I don't know what
you have
happened
to
there.
be damp its whole life to rust that out. It could have been 10 years that it was getting mud in there, and then it rusted out, and then the mud leaked out, and now it's that way the rest of its life. That's how. But there's plenty of good metal to weld to, so we're gonna get some good donor metal, and I'm gonna drill some holes so we can do some what's it called when you weld a circle? I don't want to worry about welding a seam.
Oh, you just want to go spot, 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 and then go back spot, 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 spot like that. I mean, that's what I was planning on doing until it was all welded.
Maybe, yeah.
Or you want to put it in there and weld in a hole, so it's like a rosette weld or like a plug weld. The proper name's a rosette weld, except most welders will call it a plug weld. I don't know. We'll just make something, get in there and do it. You know.
I have enough sense of structures to be able to design patchwork that is more than strong enough. Dust Devil Garage, welcome to the stream. I did not know that you were here. Is that the first comment he made? Yeah,
I'm not
I
sure.
don't
You
want
might have been
little
in here.
rosettes. I want big holes with like a round weld. I think that'll be good.
A rosette weld is this? You know what a plug?
Rosettes could
You
work
know what a
too.
plug weld is, Dougster? Like in welding school, they'll call it a rosette weld because it's a hole and you weld in there. It's rosette weld, but a lot of people will call it a plug weld, which every welder knows what that means. But that's not really what I plan on doing there.
Well, thanks for stopping by, Dust Devil.
Yeah, thanks for coming
I
in.
can't remember his first name. Shoot.
That might be Brian.
Is it? Okay.
That's what Dougster said.
Oh.
Dean Stevenson, Rosetta Stone soup.
Do I have dirt on my chin, or is it just looking really dark today?
You have a lot of dirt on your. You are filthy on your chin.
Okay.
There's a magnet. Magnet. That's the wrong thing. There's a mirror up there. Mirror and magnet are two completely different
I
things.
don't want to see what I look like.
I just jumped in before bed. Yeah, he says Brian.
This car is blown up. I mean, I took it all apart, Dust Devil.
So we were gonna fix the rear main seal. Decided to take the engine out to do that, and then the engine came out. Of course, the radiator's out.
Well, I had to.
And yeah, and then
I took the transmission out.
then she took the transmission out and took out a bunch of stuff, and front end's like partway apart. Lower control arm needs a bushing. There's just it's very, very apart now. But that's
The
okay.
good news is the car was perfectly, like, it wasn't like, it's not all sacked out. It's not cracked or anything like that. So the car is still, the frame is still straight. It's not like twisted or anything like that. So if I patch it up in a reasonable way with good materials, it'll be good. It probably will never be a problem ever again. And if it is, well, that's future Kim's problem.
It's full resto time.
I mean, that's what happened. Is I had the motor out, and I was like, all I have to do is get that torsion bar out of there, and then I can fix the frame.
Well, and then.
Yeah.
Yeah, Kim, what, last,
And
no, night before last, she goes,
here we are.
well, night before last, she goes, all we got to do is just take all the stuff loose from inside the engine compartment, kind of pull it out away from all the, and then sand that and repaint the inside of the engine compartment, put all the stuff back. I'm like, yeah, why not?
You cannot patch the frame properly without taking the torsion bar out.
Oh, yeah, so the torsion bar's out.
Once I took the torsion bar out, well, the lower control arm bushings are bad, so that needs replaced while I'm at it. And then you have to take it just so happens the spot on the frame that's corroded is where all the brake lines meet in that block. So I had to take all the brake lines apart, which that's what I started with tonight, was I took apart that block.
Well, all of you know what we're going to do. She got a short block. There's really, really good condition. So that's one we'll use.
Block apart where all the brake lines unite. See, because it's a single pot master. Right beside the rusty spot. So I had to take apart all them lines and pull everything back so that I can get to that. And now
well, it was good. All of you that were here that saw it, she had her second cam under there and had it focused nicely, and you watched her do all that and use the line wrench, and she took it all, did a nice job, and everybody watched her. She fixed the torsion bar.
And actually, when we were looking at this block here, after we got it out,
horizontal
we realized
coil springs.
that it's not the rear main seal, it's the rear pan gasket. The rubber part of the rear pan.
You know what? It looks like somebody used RTV on that pan gasket. No. When they tightened it down, the RTV was still really wet, and it just went, squeezed the pan gasket out. So it was probably leaking ever since the pan gasket was installed.
A lot of
leaking. But that engine is worn out. And she's got one that's 40 over that's really nice. And so we have that short block. And then we'll have to have a head done. We've got
it looks like it's standard bore. I'll bet you we could get, if we ever need another slant 6.
Oh, I'm not saying anything.
It's a good core.
It's just, yeah, it's a great core. It's just
never spun a bearing or anything like that, so the crank probably doesn't even need turned.
It's just this one will go right in there, and it's 40 over and nice hone marks.
I wonder if I
should
buy a cam for it. The problem with buying a cam. You buy a cam,
and
you also
lifters.
have to buy lifters,
yeah.
And then you probably should have springs, and then you have to make sure that the guides are turned down for the extra lift, and the whole thing, it just escalates. Look how it's already escalated. It's insane. I was talking to a guy today. If you want to go tomorrow, we can look. We could talk about it. He has a 63 and a 64 Dart parts car. And I was thinking about getting an automatic shift and putting an automatic in his car.
Getting all the stuff to do the automatic so you have it?
Just putting an automatic in his car. I have an automatic in the van.
What's the matter? You don't like driving a 3-speed on the column?
So the great thing about...
She'd never driven a 3 on a tree till she got this car. She's driven all kinds of manuals, but never one up here.
Once next year the new slant comes out and a big block goes in. Ha ha ha. You know what? I have a 318 and we talked about it. The problem is that escalates that even more beyond all of this other stuff is I have a truck pan, but I need a car pan. And I have a transmission, but it needs a reverse band. So I take the whole transmission apart. And then I have the K-frame is a slant 6 K-frame, so we have to somehow figure that out. And then the torsion bars are slant 6 torsion bars, and so we need V8 torsion bars to hold the extra weight. And then, it's and on and on and on and on. So,
yep.
1.5 million foot-pounds. Is that metric foot-pounds or
metric feet? It's metric feet. We're metric feet.
That's a year. That's million metric foot pounds.
You measure the length of the foot of somebody in Europe. The metric feet. Actually, that's where our feet came from. I think some king in England is the length of his foot. I don't know. Some nonsense.
Olive says people don't really appreciate the qualities of torsion bars. You can cheat some physics with those. They're kind of neat.
Yeah, I mean the good thing is it's underneath the car and it's out of the way. The bad thing is when you put headers on, it's underneath the car and it's right in the way. So I don't know. Yeah, I like torsion bars because they're adjustable and I always liked them. But I don't know. I guess you get what you get now. Coilovers are adjustable, but gaskets. Also, Kim drag racers want the slant torsion bars. So ask Tony, someone will want to trade. You know, we don't, probably not. We're gonna hoard that stuff. But it was King Harold.
Does Tony race a Slant Six anymore? Didn't he play? He sold Plan
He
Z
sold
to
Plan Z
Professor P.
to Professor P. That's right.
That car was like incredibly lightened.
Yeah, had a million holes drilled in it. That was really lightened up. But for what it was fine. Well, Kim, we're 3 hours in. No, we're not. We came in late. We're 2.5 hours into this. And when I bent my head like that, that really hurt. That was a mistake.
What did you? I'm sorry, you're getting worn out.
Well, it just hurt when I quickly looked up at the clock. Right over here, somewhere on my, it just like, yeah. You know, after that crash, I got out. I felt fine. I never would have expected I'd be hurting 10 days later, you know? And I'm hurting. What are you doing, Kim?
King Tut.
Oh, jeez.
King Tut.
Thought that was, I am an Egyptian.
Tony has sources for parts. He's got a mouse deep. He still has the old shop. The old shop, I think. He still has stuff there, stored there. And but maybe, I don't know. I have not committed to take those torsion bars out yet. Don't get me selling parts from car. Jeez.
Oh, you know what I was supposed to do?
Tim's getting a new flaring tool. What were you supposed to do?
Oh, don't do that. I was supposed to get under the back of this thing and measure the springs, but the ass end's on the ground.
Yeah,
I'm not gonna do that now. Yeah, Dr. Go wants to know the length of those springs and the width, because he has a set of springs he just pulled out of his what is that thing, a J body? And I think if they were heftier than these, he was gonna
J
give
body's a whole different setup.
I don't know the lengths.
It uses these giant. They have a giant. It's different. I remember.
So the leaf springs are not the same dimensions?
No, okay. They're completely different. Because it's a bigger.
Because remember, he just replaced his springs with, you know, it's a V8 car, but then he had some beefier springs and he put them in.
I had that Dodge Aspen and it had those kinds of springs, and it's just.
Okay, it's different then.
It's different because they went to this torque box kind of. It's different. Tim was talking about tools, and we like tools. Today, I have to get another flare tool.
Dr. Go wants to know.
Or some new fuel lines.
Oh, I'm sorry, I interrupted you. Well, it got late. We must be having a great time. Anyway, for cornering, heavier bars relaxed a wee bit, gas shocks. You know, the other thing that we're planning to do, I don't know if we'll get it done. We'll probably get it done this year, is back half in that car and put the independent suspension under it. So in which case those springs won't be any use to us.
Perhaps.
Right. Sway bars and poly bushings. Now I got a friend that's an ADCO. You ever heard of ADCO? ADDCO. ADCO. They make sway bars. They make kits. And he's actually a stocking distributor. I should call him and see what they have for these cars. Yeah, and Tony, you know, he's a drag racer, so he takes sway bars off. And we drive on the street, and we know we're going to be driving on the street, and we kind of want the sway bars, you know, so I don't know.
I don't remember how you put a sway bar on this car.
Well, yeah, this one never had a sway. A lot of slants didn't have sway bars.
No, but there's a way to do it.
I know got that sway bars here.
Some of the K members, the sway bar goes through the center of the K member.
Really?
So you might have to for a factory one. I'm sure there's a way to fit an aftermarket sway
I
bar in
remember on
there.
the
It's just a big
I
spring.
remember on the 72 Valiant looking up the Adco sway bar and they had a kit. So it
Yeah.
was like their bar and it was like 1.8" diameter and all this linkage and stuff and it's a bolt-on kit. But I don't know, it might be the same as a 66. I don't know.
You weren't able to get through the backlog of look how nasty this is.
Oh yeah,
Man.
I was holding that right up and showing it to everybody. Yeah, that's it's like that's the one bad spot in the whole underside of the car.
Well, I got to go a little further
Okay, but
in one
I
direction
mean,
to get it all.
it's
But
not like spots all over the car. It's that
no,
spot
it's just
only.
this part where the stuff was laying, and I mean it's still a pretty substantial chunk of metal. But I don't know for frame, it's not. For frame, it's no good.
Yeah, Tony gets the physics, but wants to do like opposite things I do. Yeah, I mean, Tony's into going down a drag strip, and I would, I'm the car I have is going to be it might go down a drag strip once, but mostly it's going to drive on the street,
Yeah.
And if I get into a corner a little bit fast, I don't want to go off the speed. I want to have
If
the
I'm
sway
gonna
bar.
do all that stuff, I'll just make a dedicated drag car. I don't
J.C. Whitney would sell out on bars. Yeah,
Yeah,
you know what?
absolutely.
J.C. Whitney, I bet they got them from
Do
Adco.
they still have J.C. Whitney?
Yeah, it's an online store.
Online, yeah. I remember.
Like take the air conditioning off the Comanche. Oh yeah, see, I wouldn't. To him, that's a big old weight savings up front. And to me, man, I want air conditioning.
Yeah.
My man, we lost that when we lost the Mazda.
We could get
We
the air
don't
fixed.
we
in
don't
the
have
Jeep.
an air conditioner working in any of the cars.
The my van has an air conditioner. Does
Oh,
your van have an air conditioner?
Oh, right, my van, but it's not registered nor insured. Your van does have AC. I forgot it does.
It's not the best, but it blows cold air.
Oh, it'll in the middle of summer. It kept us cool in there.
Yeah, it's a relief. If you're out there in the heat and you're getting heat stroke and you need a break, you could sit in the van and it.
Dead Dodge Garage has a couple of videos showing how to add sway bar.
Oh,
See this
cool.
this guy that I know that's a
Jamie's
stocking distributor for Adco. He and I had a shop together years ago, and we did turbochargers and suspension modifications. And the suspension modifications were always sway bars. So, like I say, he had quite a stock.
Is it a sway bar or is it an anti-sway bar?
Yeah, it doesn't make it sway. It's an anti-sway bar, I guess, but everybody calls it a sway bar. Yeah, it's an anti-roll bar. Yeah, we only got two torsion bar sizes here from the factory, 0.85 or 0.87 inch, mixed fitment depending on engine and body type. Factory 70 sway bars would go through the K member. That's okay, just add end links to taste. And how do you wind them through there? I don't know. I'd have to just figure it out. I tend to like to just put fresh rubber in the center bushings, poly in the end links. You ever have any problems with the poly, like squeaking or noise or anything like that?
I've heard people complaining.
That's why I wondered, because I've heard people complain, but I never had them.
Well, I guess
Anti-roll bar, yeah, that's it. Anti-roll bar, like dampers. Yeah, it's to stop the car from rolling. What are you getting, Kim? You're getting something. Oh, you're bringing the next thing. We know what this is.
This is on the docket for. We gotta press that out of there.
We'll show them. You know what that is? Lower control arm bushing, the one everybody hates.
You could see,
but we've done them.
It's kind of crappy.
We've done them.
I figure if it looks like that it's either rock hard or coming apart. And I've seen these things fail on people at the track. What people do, right, is they put their car on the trailer, and when they go to tie it down, wrapping a toe strap around this looks like a really stout thing to wrap a toe strap around. So they wrap a toe strap around this and crank it down, and as it rips this out. I've seen that happen twice at tracks.
Oh, you know who did that kind of recently? Tony did it with Bottle Rocket.
Tony did it to Bottle Rocket by mistake.
Somebody else.
Tony didn't do it.
Somebody else
tied it down.
helped him tie the car down, and it tore
And
it up.
then I knew a guy back in like 2008. He had a enclosed trailer and he tied the car down. They went to the track, and the first time they went to stop, the car went like boom. The front wheel went like that because this was so beat. They destroyed it driving around with it.
Box in that power control arm.
You know what? They do say to box them in. What happens? They have flex too much or something?
I have, the 4-link on Chevelles, like from the late 60s, early 70s. I've boxed those things in for people. Never on my cars, but I've done the welding for them.
Box it in, huh?
And but they look way different than that. But yeah, I box those things in, and they are not very strong until when you box them in. They're a lot stronger. I was gonna say something here. I saw something.
It does kind of look stretched, huh?
Nice anti-roll bar like that. Oh, like dampers, like shocks. Okay, here we go. I had my favorite shocks, which was there's a company called Gabriel that made a shock called an adjustable E. They had a big piston, and you could have 3 different positions, and they were so good, and they quit making them. Gabriel's still around, but they're kind of low production, Southern California, I think, company. But man, those adjustable E's, you find them once in a while on eBay, and they're used. I don't think I'd buy those, but I don't know. So what's a good tube type shock absorber to buy now? It's worth a darn, because Monroe's are no good, and that's the ones you see all the shops selling. What do I buy if I want good shocks? What time is it where you guys live? It is
pretty late.
Yeah, it's about it's 1:22 a.m., which is, that clock's way off, Kim. It's that needs a battery. Yeah, it's so it's 1:22 in the morning.
Oh, it's way late.
01:22. So, Monic Beast, where are you? I don't know where you are. Everyone says KYB, gas adjust, or Bilstein. Yeah, see, that's what I've heard, but I just wonder if anybody has any experience with KYBs. Or Bilstein, I suppose. KYBs is what I keep hearing, but anti-roll bar time. One close call for anti-roll. So you finished your car, crashed your anti-roll bar time. You don't have to go to Gorilla Balls, but you can't do 1G with anti-roll bars here. Konas, if you want real stuff. Yeah, but Konis aren't they like crazy expensive? I'm not sure they're any better. That's why I say I want to know who's had experience with some of these. What happens when a car runs without a thermostat? Generally, it'll run cold. Wow, 353. Oh yeah, you're in one of those half-hour things. So yours, 353. So, I had radiator shops, and you take the thermostat out. If the rest of the cooling system's working well, the engine probably won't come up to temperature. It'll probably run cold. And if you start heading downhill, it'll get really cold. If you're climbing a hill at speed, it'll probably start to warm up, but you really want to stabilize the temperature. And it depends on what car, what engine, how it's built, how tight the engine is, all kinds of things, what you want to do. And if you have a big enough radiator to handle the engine you have. If you don't have a big enough radiator, putting a cooler thermostat in, it's not going to help. It's just going to open sooner. The Carbon French, before they got picked up by the Chinese. I have a set of Gabriel adjustable E's on my 69 Ranchero. Man, you're lucky you have those. My 64 Ford had adjustable E's on it. Those things were great. And they lasted a long time. They were just wonderful, but can't get them. I can't find them. I don't know. Maybe I'll call them and see if they can And they don't list them, so what a great shock absorber that was. Bilstein's HD are favored by me as a resident handling geek. Coney's hold strong on track, but Bilstein's have finesse, keep tires in contact. Man, you sounds like you know a lot more. Yeah, keeping tires in contacts were really important. Dean Stevenson, 7:24 p.m.
I noticed that this has good shocks in the front. Someone replaced them, and it's good in the bumpers.
Hey, you know what? I think all of us in here are in the same day now. We're all Saturday. It's just like 1:24 in the morning here. Yeah, in California, there's probably somebody in here from California. They're still Friday night. It says you want some suppleness so your tires hold the ground. Okay, let's see, Dougster. The non-thermostat can also contribute to overheat because the coolant zips by the radiator. That's not true. Dougster, you hear that rumor all the time.
Yeah, they say that.
But it does not. I've tried it and tried it and tried it and tried it. And what I did when I was doing this is I had a temperature sending unit on several different cars in the intake manifold, right where behind the thermostat. I had temperature sending units in the hot and the cool sides of the radiator, so I know what's going on. And I put a pressure gauge in the radiator, so I know what's going on. Climbing hills, the pressure always starts to go up. As soon as you top the hill and start to go downhill, pressure goes to zero or just below into the negative pressure because it starts sucking the coolant back in from the overflow tank. But I have really tried to make cars overheat by taking the thermostat out, and the only thing I've ever been able to accomplish is it runs cold. And I mean, I have really tried it many times. But I keep hearing that rumor. Why is a spice like? Kiwis are like Welsh farmers. Kiwis are like Welsh farmers. That's also why torsion bars can be magic. They come with finesse and neutral weight almost. Dust Devil says, I knew it. I always call BS on the no thermostat overheating. Yeah, I mean, think about what happens when the thermostat's open. Like, you got engine running like 225 degrees or something. I don't care what thermostat you get in there. It's wide open and that water's roaring through, or coolant roaring through there. And you take it out, it doesn't make any difference. They make restrictor plates. I don't know. I have done so much research with cooling system, both in automotive and you know, there's a lot of aircraft now with liquid cooling. And the biggest problem I had with aircraft was they run too cold, and then you don't want your engine running at 90 degrees Fahrenheit or something. Because it's the higher you go, the colder it gets. So I don't know. I've heard that over and over and over. Yeah. I don't run a thermostat on my car, and I want to put heat in the car. I turn the water pump and fan off. Oh, yeah, I mean, yeah, if you got an electric water pump, I guess you could do that. And the fan, of course, the fan doesn't do anything once you've got some air, airspeed. Not like an airplane airspeed, but once you got some, 40 miles an hour. So my Corvette, 35 miles an hour, it would cool off. And it had an electric fan that was manually controlled. And I had to think, coming off a highway, I'd have to click the fan on manually. And that thing, if I was going over 40, it'd never get warm. But I used to tell people, 45 miles an hour, you don't need the electric fan. But then, I was one of those guys that almost always ran an engine-driven fan, although I had cars with electric fans. But I almost always ran a engine-driven fan just because it's so reliable. But, I mean, the trend now seems to be electrical stuff. The other thing is, the more electrical stuff, man, you got to have the electrical system to support it. Dust Devil, I don't run a thermostat on my car. Okay, I already read that. I've always just used 180 degree and drill a small hole. Yes, take the thermostat and drill an 1/8 inch hole in it. And then when you fill the system and you're sitting there running it, it won't, I've seen this so many times. Cars, when you first fill the system, it belches out where the cap is and everything. What's happening is there's air spaces in the block and it starts to get hot, and that air just expands like crazy and pushes the coolant back out the filler neck. And if you drill a small hole, like an 1/8 inch hole in the thermostat, that air will bleed out, and that'll never happen. Now, AMC cars that had 205 degree thermostats in them, and I don't know if anybody else did. I remember AMC's. There was expansion, and you'd still overflow out the filler neck, but it wouldn't belch all over the place. But it would expand enough. The coolant would expand enough it would come out. And the AMC's with the 205s, you put a 195 in it, you notice right away the fuel economy dropped down. But that was 1970 stuff. So the electric fan and pump help cool the car in the pits. Yeah. Well, Kim's car right here, her 66 Dart, she put an electric fan on that. And when she shuts a car down, she turns that electric fan on for a few minutes. And it takes that heat soak away. It's part of why my A-body equation involves gas shocks, sways, and letting the torsion bars down for just a wee bit of rake. Puts the weight where you want to corner just enough. Do you have a flare tool that you could do a short on? I do, and I've talked to Kim, is really good at doing a double flare. I'm going to have her do that, and we will do it. I'm not going to do it tonight. Ooh, Kim, do I have a... Yeah, I have a short I can put up tonight. I don't have to record any shorts tonight.
Oh, okay. I meant to ask you hours ago.
Yeah, I don't have to do that tonight. But the flare tool, Kim, I'm going to get that flare tool out and set it here.
Okay.
Because you're really good at that.
Thank you.
And we're going to have you do that demo.
All right.
Oh, where is my flare tool? Here we go, double flaring tool. Oh, I'm on wheels. I just want it set here just to remind me. So we'll do that. And the double flare is really important for brakes. I have the coolest rad hoses on the planet. What do you have for radiator hoses? They're so cool. Also means if you have a sway bar on the rear, you can rotate or not as you like. I also did a lot of stuff when I was working with this guy with the sway bars. You really had to get the sway bars matched up right, because we at times put sway bars in the rear that were too heavy and or too light, and the car didn't handle well. You had to match them so it worked well. Dean says style flare. Yes, style. That's what our Valiant racers used to do as well. I did have customer springs, but who needs independent rear suspension when you have control anyway? Yeah, I suppose, but I think, independent rear suspension will lower the center of the roll. Purple and fittings and dual overhead tank pipes. Purple and... Are they actually screw-on and fittings, or the ones that slide on and inside they sneak a little hose clamp in?
Is that Dust Devil? Say talking about the
Dust Devil says, yeah.
He does. He has the best.
Oh, Kim's over there saying, yeah, you have the best radiator hoses.
He's got killer setup going there.
Tim says his dog is looking pretty tired. Hey, last night your dog was, or what was it? Was it last night? Your dog was asleep, so you stayed here. But tonight she's tired. She's giving you the evil eye again. Okay, Dust Devil says Dash 16 AN style braided radiator hoses. I'll send you a picture. Yeah, send me a picture of my email, and we'll show those on Tuesdays. On Tuesday when we're doing that stuff.
Yeah, they kick butt.
Um,
The man knows how to run some.
and of course, on the airplanes, everything was AN, you know. But on cars, I don't know. I guess I haven't ever gone that crazy. Although I used to build sprint car radiators where they had injection. They had four steel braided lines with AN fittings and four. I don't remember what number they were. Number 8 maybe. Four fittings on the top tank of the radiator, and they had four leads that came up there from the intake. From each side. So I guess each one was for 2 cylinders. But anyway, there are 4 inlets to the radiator, and then one on the bottom that went up into the water pump. So I built those radiators back then, but haven't done one in many, many years. I have a dedicated 3/16 double flare tool, absolutely brilliant. Also have a cheap Chinese universal kit, utterly useless. I think this one might be Chinese, but it works.
What's Chinese? Double flaring tool set? Which one is that? Open it up.
What's the one I wanted you? I think you've used it. Or do you have one that you use?
Yeah, but that's exactly the same.
Okay, so we'll take one of them.
Maybe you got to know how to use it, right?
Maybe, yeah, I'm not good at it. So, because I used to do double flares, but I worked in a brake shop in 1971. It's like, okay, now I can't get that to latch. Are you kidding me? Chinese box won't latch. Okay, can't get that one latched. So I guess this is a new one I haven't used. The rear spring hangers could be upside down. Upsided down. Also, some never tire of adjusting engines. I'll mess with suspensions. Yes, it worked great. Torsion bar A-bodies could handle brilliantly with just basic modifications. Yeah, I bet they could. What I liked is what I had that 69 Dart, and people in here will all be sick about this. I put that, it was, at the time, it was a brand spanking new engine, Pontiac Iron Duke in there. It's the first year they were available, I think. Put a Pontiac Iron Duke in it with a Turbo 200. And of course, the car sat like way up in the air. So I just ran the torsion bars back down to where it was. Checked the wheel alignment, it was perfect. And that car was really light up front, and it drove so well. I sometimes embarrass kids with my 110 screaming horsepowers. Tim says I'll run steel from the back 2 tanks to the engine pump. Then I run braided from the tanks, then to switch P. I have to see all that. I got kind of lost in that explanation. Dust Devil Garage. Most people weld the AN bung on the radiator. Company called Auto Plumb makes a coupler to go over the stock water neck. See, there was a company I bought that stuff from, and of course I was back in the brass and copper days, so I just built everything. I had a guy machining those fittings for me, and the smaller ones like the sprint car used, I just buy them. But the big ones, I got somebody to make them for me. I might have one of those big AM fittings that goes in the radiator. I might have one here.
Last time we took one of these out, didn't we?
Oh, you got it partway apart.
Didn't we weld a cap in it and then push it out? Wasn't that what we did last time? Because you can't get in there. You can push the rubber out, but you can't push the...
Man, that sounds familiar.
Didn't we weld a cap on?
I think we could have done that. I don't remember.
We're going to have to do that again.
But how late do you want to be here doing this?
Oh,
that's wrong. That is wrong. It is 1:39 in the morning.
I'm sort of just lingering, but we can do the cleanup time. Did
I
everybody
don't.
enjoy themselves? Did we had a good time tonight? Not too painful.
Not too painful. I think they liked the. I think everybody liked the dual cam thing.
Yeah, you guys got to see what's going on. And Tim, I'm sorry we didn't demonstrate the tubing flare thing. This kind of set is the most basic set that's going to do the job. I have seen, like Junkyard Diggs has a set that does some fancy stuff, and he seems to think it's great. I've never used one, so I can't say whether it will work or not.
But you've used yours.
Yeah, but a cheap set like, well, no, this is weird. It's got like,
Okay.
it's like fancier, you know? I don't know. This'll work, but you have to know how to use it. It takes a little bit of finesse to get good flares. Once you do learn how to line up the... You gotta get the line into its little place, the right amount. There's a little cap that you have to clamp it in properly so that it... Do you have a 1 3/8 thread tap? That's what the factory manual says to use for pressing out those LCA bush shells. 1 3/8 thread tap. I do not.
I bet we don't.
That's pretty big.
So that's what you're supposed to. You're supposed to tap that in there, put it in there, and then press on the tap.
Yeah. See, what you can do is if you just weld.
Yeah, we
then you
welded
can
a
push
plate
on
in
the
there.
on the plate, and it works. It works, and then you just press the new one in.
See, it's late indeed, but I don't think I'd have been sleeping anyway. It's been fun, everyone. Dust Old Garage. I have my dad to do all my flares, but he's 75, and he's 5 years older than me. Wow. I'd like to do the double. I think he means flares.
Yeah, this will
Chinese,
do the double flare. It works. These little caps that you.
I remember that Chinesium ones at 10. I was doing single flares for something on a fuel system or something. I remember it was a Chinesium one. It wouldn't even hold it for the single flare.
Sometimes you'll have problems with the lines that are coated with that like paint. But let me show you.
Oh, you're gonna
He's here. I might as well show him.
Yeah, I might as well show him. You're gonna have trouble with it because it's one we've never used before.
No.
Don't do demonstrations with tools we've never used before.
No. It's simple. Okay, so
Flaring lines is fun as long as it doesn't go wrong. If in doubt, I add heat.
There's a taper on one side. That's the working side. So you put your line through from the back through to the side that has the markings and the taper, right? And you you loosen this in the back. You clamp it, you flip this one around, right? And you tighten this one down. And then see, you start with that one out, and once this is kind of tight, you tighten this one down. And you should basically tighten it all the way so it's viced in there, and you're supposed to have a measured amount sticking out. It's the thickness of these little jobbies, that much is supposed to be sticking out, and then you stick this in to the tube, and then you press this down. You clamp it with this, and you push this part into it, and that does the inverted bubble. And then without that part, you do it again, and that makes the flare. And if it doesn't work, you cut it off and do it again to get it right.
Okay, let's see here. Do you guys watch Scotty Kilmer? You know what? He lives right here in this, we live out of town, but he lives right here in this town. And strangely enough, I've never met him. But I do watch him some.
I mean, why would we ever meet him?
Well, remember we were in a parts store. We somebody that works in a parts store. So yeah, he's in there all the time.
No, don't tell that story.
So he's in that parts store all the time.
He lives up by the airport.
But we've just never run into him, you know. But yeah, I watch him some, and then of course he also lives in. He's got another home, wintertime home. Where in Rhode Island or somewhere
Oh yeah.
up that way. But I think he's back here now because I do watch him enough to. Hey, he's kind of interesting
Scotty
guy.
Kilmer used to do auto repair videos in his driveway. I noticed
He
in
li-
some of his old stuff. He doesn't do that now. He just
he
talks a
lived
lot.
in Texas and he did auto repair in his driveway in his garage at home. Um,
He he is
oh,
very clickbaity,
it's very clickbaity, but that's just him. I mean,
and he probably has
what's he
politics just like everybody.
what's he got, like 8 million subscribers or something? That's crazy. I mean, he's
That's a
done
lot.
well. He's done well. Zep, the professional sprayer. Is that what this one is? Is that what this one is? Oh, it is. Um, yeah, these are good. I used to recycle the Windex ones, but they don't go for more than like one recycle and they quit working. These ones last forever. Uh,
Dust Devil says I haven't had problems with the NICOP line signing. The nickel copper lines are nice because they're kind of soft.
don't we have some of that here?
No, but in some places
I thought
I
bought
think
some.
they don't allow the nickel copper because it corrodes too quickly.
I don't know. I thought that's what it prevents. I don't know. I thought I thought I had some
The
here.
steel lines are tough because they coat them with garbage and then they're
Garbage.
hard. They don't want to flare, and sometimes the flare will split instead of bubble or flare. You know, sometimes it's not the tool, sometimes it's the line. I've been able to flare good line with even garbage tools, so there's a combination there. If you're having problems, it might be your lines more so than your tool. I thought I would try a double flare tool. I don't know what other kind of tool there is. This is makes a double flare.
Yeah, we'll make sure we can do it with what we have. And why don't people use stainless lines?
They sell stainless line kits
Yeah,
for Volkswagens,
I'm thinking
and I've never seen where you can buy stainless line that wasn't in a kit. The Diablo's flare tool. That's probably the one that Junkyard Digs likes or something like that. And it looks a little more elaborate, but the end result is the same, but maybe it's easier to use. I'm not against having stuff that's easier to use. I've practiced enough with the garbage tool that I know how to make it work. So I'm not going to now replace the tool that I already know how to use that already works with another tool that might work better. I mean, I don't know. Maybe someday I'll be somewhere and someone will say, "Here, try my Diablo tool." And I'll say, "Oh, great, let me try it." And when I try it, I will have to have one myself. I would think stainless would be too hard to bend without kinking.
stainless is softer.
Softer.
Stainless is softer than carbon steel. Its ultimate strength is higher, but its yield strength is much lower. So, like to drill it, it's really hard to drill, but to bend it, it's pretty easy. You look at like carbon steel I used to use was mostly 4130. It was like 90,000 psi yield, and stainless is like 30 something thousand psi yield. But its stainless ultimate, was much higher than the carbon steel. So it's hard to make it. It's hard to poke a hole in it. But it's pretty easy to bend it. With thin stainless would be too hard. Okay, how do you know if my carburetor is running rich? This is Brawler again.
Well, you can tell by the smell. If the exhaust
Well, that
smells
would
a
be
certain way,
that
you
would be
can tell.
really rich.
Okay. You can read the spark plugs. You take the spark plugs out, and any old Haynes manual or any old automotive manual in the back, it'll have a section on how to read your spark plugs.
Smell your tailpipe.
Yeah, smell your tailpipe.
Yeah, that's really rich.
Well, it's one of those things that you get a feel for over time, and you you learn by hanging out with the old guy who knows. And the old guy says, "Does it smell rich?" Or he goes, "Oh, this car smells really rich." And they learn, right? They know. So they teach you, and then once you learn the smells, you just know. Smells are very memory sensitive. It's easy to remember. Um, but also you can pull the spark plugs out. If the porcelain is white, it's kind of lean. If it's sort of tan, it's
Bruce is taking off.
good.
He's down to 5%. Thanks for stopping in.
Good night, Bruce. Thanks for being
Okay,
here.
back to your smelling.
I know machining stainless is a huge pain in the butt. It's really
Oh yeah,
hard, isn't it?
no, you're cutting
No.
it. You're cutting. No, it's soft.
Huh.
You're cutting it, but it's like I say, its yield strength is very low. That means it bends easily. But to break it, it's really high. It's almost 100,000 psi spread between yield and ultimate. Of course, it depends on the alloy. But like 304 stainless, which is real common, it's I don't know, its yield is somewhere around 35,000 psi, something like that, and its ultimate is like 135,000 psi. So there's a huge span between yield, which is where it deforms, and ultimate, which is where it cuts or breaks. So, yeah, machining it is just miserable, unless somebody that likes to do that. And drilling it, same thing. It's really hard to drill. And I don't know. I learned to work with the stuff, but and then there's stainless that doesn't work like work well with exhaust. Like we did 304 stainless on exhaust systems that'd fly apart after an hour or two. And then we ended up using 321 stainless, which was really expensive, but it stayed together. Never had failures with it. So, yeah, I don't know. Just there's materials that are good for one thing or good for something else. Let's see here. It smells a lot like gas, my carb.
You said you have a Holly. Does your Holly have an adjustable float setting and a sight glass? Because you may need to set the help me out here. Adjustable float.
Yeah, I mean, there's
You may need to set
of people that have covered that on. You can find YouTube videos where
right. You
people
can
that
watch
show you how to do that.
a YouTube video on how to check your float setting on a Holly. If you have the float setting too high, it can run over into the carburetor and over the carburetor into the engine and then flood it. So you might need to make an adjustment there, and you probably should do some Google research on how that's done. And then, like Dust Devil said, Dust Devil has it. If the exhaust burns your eyes, it's rich.
Oh yeah,
Yeah.
that's really rich.
The other thing you could potentially do, and a lot of the old guys wouldn't agree with it, but
Hey.
if you're learning how to tune a vehicle, we have one over on the shelf I wanted to put when we were building a turbo car, because running a car too lean can damage it quite a bit. So if you get really, really specific with your tuning, do you guys have a video on that? No, because we've never set the float on a Holly while we've been doing videos.
Do we even have a Holly? Other than the two barrels.
There is a Holly on the.
We don't have a Holly 4-barrel.
Not a 4-barrel.
Oh, we have a 2-barrel that's built like a 4-barrel. It's got the bowl on it like a 4-barrel.
Right, it's that style, and it is on the Bronco tube. But what was the other thing that I was thinking about? Oh, the other way you could tell if your car is running rich or running lean to kind of learn and tune is you could purchase and install a wideband O2 sensor, which that gets a little probe into the exhaust with 4 wires that go to a gauge. Once the exhaust is hot, it will give you a signal and it will read rich and lean. Because
it'll show you actually what the air fuel mixture is.
Right.
But there are people that run dynos and they'll run 8 of those things. They have 1 on each cylinder and they vary. The other thing is you absolutely have to run unleaded fuel with an oxygen sensor because leaded fuel just
it's a car. He's going to be running unleaded fuel. Um, but that's a diagnostic tool. That's like a learning thing that you might be interested in. I'm not saying you have to have one. I'm just saying it's another way to find out if your car is rich or lean. Learning
That's an expensive way to do it.
learning to read spark plugs.
There you go.
I said this already, but learning
Okay.
how to read your spark plugs is a very fundamental racer tuner kind of thing. If you really want to be able to tune your own car, you want to learn how to read spark plugs. So, Olive also said, because your car can be rich at idle, but then once you're driving it, it's not rich unless you are off the gas completely. So there's adjustment screws for the idle mixture, and then there are jets in the carburetor that control the fuel mixture when you're at cruising speed. And there's actually a whole range of different kinds of ports and internals that control the mixture at different types of, like, when you're wide open throttle and you're trying to go really fast, it works in one way, and when you're idling, it works in a different way. So there's a lot to learn. Brawler says that he's new at this, so I don't want to overwhelm him.
I'm laughing at something else. I'm not laughing at you, bro. I'm laughing at Dean Stevenson.
Dean Stevens says, sadly, I've recharged my wife's wine glass and I've plugged my charger in, so you're all stuck with me. Nice job, Dean.
Recharge. Can you recharge my wine glass? I don't have any wine.
What do you guys think of the different setup? How's your neck? Did it help any, or your neck's just
My neck's just. What happens is I forget, because there's ways I move, and I forget that I can't move like that anymore, and I'll like whip my head around to look at something. It's like whoops, or I'll look up in a hurry, see that clock that's up there, and it's like, well, I shouldn't have done that. You know, I've just got to start learning. If I keep her drunk, I don't have to let her behave like a punk. Dust Devil Garage Air fuel ratio gauge is one of the winter upgrades I'm planning. Well, that's pretty interesting. Yeah, maybe you can do a video on that. Yeah, do a video on that.
it's kind of a cool, like, trick out thing to have on your car.
We have one, don't we?
We did. I bought it because we thought we were going to turbo the Valiant, and I did not want to burn a piston running it too lean, so I wanted to have an air fuel gauge on it. And Olive, Brawler, the commenter Olam Drab is our friend Olive, and the information that she is offering is good and valid. Your carburetor is going to have a set of mixture screws. Will it have 2 mixture screws or 4? No, there's no mixture screws on the secondary jets. So it'll have 2 mixture screws, probably on the side, but you want to learn where the idle mixture screws are, identify where they are on your carburetor, and then based on the model carburetor that you have, you want to look up what the base setting is. Whereas, like, you gently turn them till they stop all the way in, and then you probably turn them back open, what, a turn and a half?
Something like that's probably a good place to start.
Something like that is a normal thing, but you want to find...
Then you're going to have to adjust them after it's running.
Right. But the guy who rebuilt your carburetor, he might have just stuck them in. He may not have given you a good base setting. But your complaint that it stumbles off idle does not lead me to believe that it's
It just sounds like it's a lot of tuning issues.
Yeah. There's a lot of things you're going to need to learn. If you take it one thing at a time, keep asking questions, don't change too many things at once.
What is Dean saying to me? At 158. Buff, you need to sing. Are you looking at that, Kim?
Buff, you need to sing Nitty Naughty, the little man in the red and yellow car.
What is that about?
Oh, no, I'm sorry.
Okay.
Brawler says, yes, I have one on each side. With side gives less fuel. So they should, left and right should be about the same adjustment. They should be similar because they control two each. Oh, I'm sorry. They should be adjusted similar. So if the left side is 1.5 turns out, then the right side should probably be similar to that. Um, yeah. If you change one, you should probably change the other. So that's generally how these carburetors are. I am not an expert in tuning Holly carburetors, but we make engines run. We usually sort them out. It takes a little time. It takes time even for experts to sort cars out to get them to run the best, you know? And that's assuming that there's no problem, that all your equipment is operating properly. It still takes time. So just have some patience with yourself. I know it's exciting. And the other thing is there's no shame in finding a friend or a neighbor who knows this stuff and getting them to look at it. I guess that's what you're doing now. You're talking to a friend or neighbor. We are. There's lots of good people in our community. I like Dust Devil Garage has an amazing car.
Vacuum gauge. We didn't even bring up a vacuum gauge because that'll tell you a lot too.
Yeah,
There's,
he's
there's,
a beginner, Dust Devil.
yep. Yeah. Kim, it's 2 o'clock in the morning.
Is it?
I think we need to retire to the house.
That seems reasonable.
I'm run out.
Yeah, guys, he was in an accident. Do
Well,
I need a vacuum gauge to set idle screws?
it's just I'm tired. It's a long day, you know.
Brawler, I don't think you do yet. A vacuum gauge is a tool for precision tuning, and I think you're not even quite to the rough tune. Before you get into that, I would definitely say you want a timing light, and then
Timing light. Yeah, also if you look up the exact carburetor, I bet Uncle Tony has stuff memorized.
yeah,
Uncle Tony's done some good videos on that stuff. And that's UTG, or Uncle Tony's Garage. And I got in this YouTube thing working with Uncle Tony, and he's about an hour and 45 minutes south of here. That's where this car came from. We worked with Uncle Tony a lot, but he's a tuning expert, and especially on Mopars.
do you think we'll be back tomorrow night?
I don't know what's it's Friday night, Saturday morning, so that would be Saturday night, Sunday morning. We could be here tomorrow night. Yeah, we could be here Saturday night. Sure.
We'll probably be back
Sunday,
tomorrow night
Sunday
for a couple
night,
hours.
Sunday night we don't know because Ari DeBernia is a mod on Uncle Tony's, and Uncle Tony does his live tomorrow night for 2 hours. Sometimes Ari comes on and does the After the Tony show. Well, I don't want to come up here and be on top of, Ari at the same time. So if Ari does After the Tony, we will not be on Sunday night. But if he doesn't, I would not be opposed to doing a Sunday night show. And then, but tomorrow night, yeah, sure. If you're up for it, I am.
Probably. We have a lot of work to do on the car. We'll probably be back at it. We've been the late night crew here for a while in our group of friends, and we tend to start at 10 Central Time. And we try to put up a notification that we're going to be live several hours before that, so you can look for it. And we're always live on Tuesday night, starting at 7 Central Time. And we usually go for a minimum of 2 hours, sometimes 4.
Sometimes 4. Yeah, we'll do a 4-hour live show. We've done it many times, especially
We get
Tuesday
to looking
nights.
at pictures and talking about all kind of rabbit holes, and I've been enjoying being in the shop and getting things done. The weather is really nice. We don't really have to run the AC
Yeah.
too much.
We have no air conditioning running. We have no heat running. It's just pleasant in here right now.
Yeah, and in a month it could be freezing cold. Although we have the wood stove, so we'll be here all winter. But maybe not as many days.
Oh yeah, good. Thanks. Yeah, thanks for turning on notifications.
Dust Devil, what time do you start? We like to coordinate with people.
Oh, what time? People click back and forth. There are plenty. Okay, what? Yeah, what time? I want to know that, so we don't. I don't want to be stepping on you. That's for sure.
No, we enjoy seeing everybody be,
Oh God,
and it is
itch,
okay
itch,
for
itch,
people to
itch.
click back and forth. And
You guys. Oh, you know what?
probably not. We're too
I
damn
was,
old.
I was talking about doing a 24-hour on New Year's, starting at the international date line when it starts becoming January 1st and working all the way around the
He
world.
wants to do
And I
that.
wanted to do that, but she goes, no.
Maybe if we had some guests, like
If
some
we,
people to help.
that makes it work harder. If we just are in here talking to everybody and they come in and out, and we got plenty of caffeine to drink.
Oh, I better have a Keurig.
I don't know if we're gonna do that. I
We gotta
don't
bring
know.
a coffee maker in here if we're gonna do
I
that.
don't know if we're gonna do that. What do you
Dean,
want?
here's your horizontal unfurled.
Don't touch me with it. Whatever that. Oh, that's a torsion bar.
Your horizontal unfurled coil spring
Unfurled.
for you.
Or unfurled. Never furled. Okay, you're about 9 Central, but I only do a couple of hours. Okay, we usually come on at 10 Central,
Yeah.
but
Tonight we started at 10:30.
yeah, tonight with 10:30. Yeah, but then Santa Claus won't come. Santa Claus won't come. Santa Claus a week before. This is New Year's. Does Santa Claus come to you on New Year's or a week before on Christmas? Do we use StreamYard? We did for a while, and then we
I even
quit.
paid for StreamYard
She
for
had
a
the
month.
she had the paid one, and it was good, but we had a lot. There was a lot going on and guests, and we had a hard time getting guests to stay on. So
It was overwhelming trying to manage
'cause we got a
me
lot,
and him and
we
a
got
guest.
a lot going on.
But that was when we were first starting this streaming thing, and I was getting overwhelmed, and it wasn't fun for me. And we didn't need it, but like, and you don't really usually join into streams with people. John Wilburn, a couple times we've gone into StreamYard streams.
John Wilburn, I did once.
It is a really nice tool, but
I
it's
think
not
that's-
really the format that we do our stream in.
Yeah, we're here in the shop more than anything else. On Tuesday nights, our thing is send us pictures. We got the green screen. If any the people have been here know, we shrink ourselves down to one corner of the screen, and then we show everybody's cars up behind us, or like Dean Stevenson sent us a picture of himself, and Dean sent us pictures of some city in New Zealand from like 1959 or 1960 or something. The cars there then that belonged to his parents when he was a kid. That was pretty cool. And then, of course, everybody's newer cars and their trucks they drive, whatever, And we do all that. And that's kind of fun.
Dust Devil, you'll be going for an hour by the time we start. We'll try and stop in and give you some viewership and see what's going on with your stream.
Or we can
then when you're done, send people over.
Or yeah, we can overlap by a couple minutes. So as they end there, he can send them in if he wants to. If not, yeah, I don't know. I have a paid StreamYard account. If someone's on my live wants to the stream can run their channel too.
He can connect it to somebody else's stream.
Oh, so we're both streaming at the same time together?
Well, no. Maybe.
I don't know.
I didn't get into the advanced stuff with it. It was just too overwhelming at the time.
We're not going to be in the studio tomorrow. We're going to be in the shop. So, the studio is a whole different thing because we got a lot going on. In the shop,
it's a different focus.
In the shop, it's a different focus. Kim's usually working on a car.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm usually sitting here like tonight wiping off tools or getting her something she needs and just talking to people. Because I'm lazy and I'm old. But, and she's like gung-ho, got to get under the car. Because he says he doesn't get... If you want to do the New Year's thing, yeah, I don't know about that.
That would be cool.
This is thinking about it New Year's thing. I don't know.
Be here before we know it. Let's
Yeah, I don't
think
know.
about it, Dust Devil. That might be cool. I like doing New Year's streams. There you go. Well, maybe we'll come on as guests. You can have different guests for the whole
You're gonna do
24/7.
24 hours of New Year's, or are you just gonna do like New Year's in like a block of the United States for several time zones? I don't know. I wanted to do 24 time zones, but
You're
Kim
crazy.
looked at me and went, "No, was that quick? No."
I've seen people do 24 hours streams, and by the end, they are like
See,
loopy.
I said we were going to start at the international date line and just do New Year's every hour until we were back to the international date line, which is what, Hawaii or maybe the Aleutian chain in Alaska or something. But we'd start with whatever island in the Pacific starts, you know, New Year's. And I think that would just be fun. But Kim was like, 24 hours? No. I'm like, yeah, of course. So yeah, we would include you on. We would sweep through your New Year's. I've done over 8 hours before. I think the longest live we've done is like 4 plus a little. Uh, yeah, I don't know.
I don't know, but tonight that wasn't the plan.
Kim, you are greasy
I
face.
know, I need to jump in the
You need
shower.
to jump in the shower.
Well, I was down
Yeah,
there
I know. You're
pulling
under
dirt out of a frame rail.
crawling under the car
It's closer, though.
doing real work. Yeah, it's only going to be like a few weeks. This is going to be back to going down the road.
I feel like
Maybe.
I didn't get that much done on the car, but I moved the whole studio all around tonight,
Oh, you
so
did all this too.
yeah.
Ladytron International Dateline. Ladytron. Oh, I don't know what he's saying, Ladytron.
It's never the plan to go for 8 hours. Well, I mean, a 24-hour plan is like,
Well,
whoa.
if we went into
You
the
better
20,
have snacks
you
if
know,
you're gonna go for 24.
Tony from Uncle Tony's Garage did a. I'm trying to think of how I can explain this. It was New Year's of 2020, if you remember what was going on then. Nobody knew what was going on yet, but we were creeping up on that whole problem. And he and Kathy started doing 24 hours. And they were into it about, I don't know, 10, 11 hours, something like that. He couldn't talk anymore. He was so sick. She was so sick. They didn't know what they had yet. But there was the thing with the masks and all that everybody had to wear that we're not allowed to talk about. They got that real early, and it was on New Year's of 2020. So they shut down. They didn't get their 24 hours done, and they were just deathly ill for a week or more than a week, 2 weeks. And of course, they didn't know what they had yet. But so that's the only person I've known that's tried that was Uncle Tony, but he got sick. So we could do it without getting sick. The paint drying on them. Yeah, they did a
Maybe
live.
we should do
They did a
paint.
live. They did a live with paint drying for what, 8 hours or 10 hours or something with the camera on an engine with the paint drying, and people came and went. Nobody was there. People came and went and watched the paint dry and talked to each other. That's pretty crazy stuff.
Silliness.
But people came in and talked to each other. It's pretty good. Oh man. Uh, he tried it a couple of times. Okay.
I don't know if that works too many. It's kind of a stunt.
Well, when he did the 24-hour thing, that's when I was doing. Yeah, I had a
Ooh,
fever, 106 fever for 3 days.
that's
Yeah,
a nasty fever.
and
You could die of
they,
106.
well, they did it on the last day of the year, last day, December 31st of 2019, and they rolled into 2020, but they got really sick, and but nobody knew. They called it the crud. We got the crud, and they shut it down. He couldn't talk anymore. He completely lost his voice. He was whispering, he's like, I can't do this anymore. And it was a couple of weeks later, everybody started figuring out what he had. The paint drying stream was great. The whole community was hanging out. We call it a stunt now,
It
but
was a
back
fun
then,
stunt. People enjoyed it. I'm not saying there's anything wrong with doing stunts, but if everyone stunts, just like if everybody does clickbait, it gets like, eh,
anyway, these are future things we could do. Paint
paint
bait.
bait. Yeah.
So, as of tonight, or this morning, I guess it's this morning, I guess we'll come on tomorrow. Why don't we do the same thing? Come in about 10:30. There'll be some overlap with Dust Devil, and then he can kind of
Okay.
mention ours.
Keeps getting later and later.
Well, if we did 10:30 tonight, yeah, but I don't want to overlap him by an hour. I'll overlap him by a half an hour, and we won't have many people here. But then he'll start sending them our way, and he'll come in. That'll work. That'll work, won't it? You think? 10:30 tomorrow night, and he goes to 11.
Oh, he said sometimes he goes till 4 in the morning.
Oh, I thought he said he'd go a couple hours.
He did say he
Oh,
might only go a couple hours.
okay. So I don't know. What do you want to do? Yeah, Dust Devil, what do you want to do?
He's fine. Guys, go hang out with Dust Devil, and when we get started, we'll just start gently. We'll just roll into the work that we're doing, and then when Dust Devil's tired out, you guys know you can come here. You know?
Almost not yet. Well, it's not sunrise here. It's 02:16 in the morning. It's 2 o'clock in the morning. Two.
I'm not
in
up for 4 a.m. yet. The other thing is, Dust Devil, we would love to come in and hang out in StreamYard, and chat about some kind of topic, whatever. But if we do that, we'll be distracted. We need to get stuff done. This car is blown up, and like we got to get it. We got to get it back together,
we
fixed
made
and back together, so we can do the aluminum car. I
we
promised.
made a commitment to build an aluminum car after No Name Nationals. Well, it's after No Name Nationals we got this blown
Sorry.
apart because well, unexpected stuff. My car got wrecked, and this was to the point where it's almost undrivable. So yeah, we got to fix it. Um, so yeah, it's just like all schedules. You never
You
know.
know what else? Starting later will be good for us. We'll try and get out of here a little earlier and get things set up better, and then we'll start later. But we need to do some more long form content. We do a lot of
Oh,
streaming, and it doesn't necessarily grow the
well,
channel in the
and what I
right
do
ways.
is I haven't been, might not be forever, and I've made a mistake a couple of times, but I haven't been monetizing these live streams because then commercials get poked in here. It's not fun. But as soon as we leave here and go home, I monetize it. So anybody that comes back in and watches it, yeah, they get commercials, but they probably don't miss parts of the live stream. It's a small interruption. So I try to monetize them after that, but I don't know if I'll always do that. But right now, that's what I'm doing. So we're just doing this for fun and try to build the channel a little bit, and it's fun. I like being up here. So go out here to fix things. Nothing to fix, and I'm totally lost. Tavo, I'm thinking hard about all those dimensions you sent me and pictures and everything. And man, that Valiant may end up being my daily driver, and then I'm gonna go over there and cut into it and make a Ute out of it. I don't know. I really want to do it, but I don't know. It's gonna take a big deep breath before I start cutting that top off or cut the top in half. But anyway, the aluminum car comes first.
Dust Devil, we don't really have any watch hour demands. Like we have enough watch hours for our monetization. We stream often enough for long enough that our watch hours are solid. It won't be a problem. You know, our
Oh,
goals for our
we got
channel
plenty of watch
are
hours.
more like long term growth, development of our brand, um, y- commercial stuff that we don't, you have to do if you want to grow. But like hours are no thing, so we're not worried.
Well, to me, in the middle of a live stream, you don't want to have a commercial pop in, and it's going to be more than
No.
one this long of a live stream. So I just don't do it for now. I'm saying I don't do it for now.
Our channel's too small for a
And then,
couple of commercial interruptions to make us any money. It's annoying to people, and we don't want to turn like
yeah, right away, I screwed up one
community
night.
growth is way more important
I
right now.
screwed up one night and I didn't uncheck the monetization. Right away, somebody's complaining that a commercial came on. And I was like, oops. So I tried not to do that. I think we've done it a couple of times, just setting up in a hurry and I don't uncheck it. So I try to do that.
Well, Dust Devil, if you're struggling with your 1K subs, I thought you had more
Oh, I
subs than
thought you
that.
had it.
Yeah, do some shorts. They and you know what else? I just saw them talking about, the creator insiders talking about uh on the 15th. Did I say the 15th or did I say the later this month they're doing 3-minute shorts. You can do 3-minute shorts too.
I don't like that, but I guess we get what
He
we
does
get.
shorts every day. We get like 10 or more new viewers,
Well,
not viewers, subscribers
I get
every day.
not always.
Every day.
Sometimes we get one new subscriber,
Every
sometimes
day.
none, sometimes 10. It's just the shorts help. And but I do kind of a minor tool. Right now they're tools. Once in a while I do a short that's not tools, but mostly I do a tool. And so um yeah, that's helped us a lot. Um, John Wilburn, sometime before No Name Nationals, he gave us all a challenge to do one short a day for 30 days. And I had about 300 something subs then. So when we started it, I don't know, I in 30 days, I was over my 500. And I'm like, man, because that first 300 is really tough. Well, now I'm up to what, 1600 something. So it's that challenge that John Wilburn gave us that made that happen. Grudge any commercials if they help you guys. Come on. Now it's just right in the middle of a conversation. You don't want somebody going, selling something. Uh, I was a
Well,
very bad YouTuber last year. Really, I didn't know that.
Dust Devil, I didn't even realize. And you know what? There is nothing wrong with just doing it for fun. Like if you enjoy talking to your friends and live streaming it to other people and working through the chat and it never becomes anything more and you don't expect it to ever become anything more, there's nothing wrong with that.
Well, that's at Kim tonight.
There's
She
a
goes,
lot of people, that's their goal, is to grow, grow, grow. It's like,
I was on John's live and then John Wilburn's live and then right when was it after that or you came in during that and you said, what do you want to do? That's the wrong place for that. Um, John, she comes in and goes, what do you plan on doing tonight? I said, I don't know. I'm lazy. And she goes, well, I'm going up to the shop to work on the car. Do you want to do a live? And I went, yeah, sure. Why not? So I quickly put together a thumbnail, got it put up, and I came up here and look at this. We're real close to 4 hours into this. And look at all Kim got done, which is what her goal was. I sat here doing this and cleaning up tools, got a lot of tools cleaned up, and she's trying to put the tools in the wrong bin. But I'm getting them organized, and we got a lot done tonight,
yeah.
and we had a good time here with everybody. It's just fun. So
Dusto,
yeah.
I didn't realize that you were going through a divorce.
Oh,
That's really rough. And I've done that. He's done that.
I've done that.
And it's just YouTube is not even secondary. It's just a thing. If you know.
Tavo, you did a live one time. You went out to your connection was terrible.
Oh
You
yeah,
went
that
you
car
went to a
show.
car
Those are
show,
cool
and it was
cars.
like looking through the glass on a shower. It was terrible. It was terrible video, but I worked my way through it, and it was like one of the most fun lives I've ever seen. Was you walking around at that car show in Australia because that's something I never get to see. And yeah, it'd be nice if you could fix the quality of the video, but the content's what did it. I couldn't stop watching that. Yeah.
Uh, Olive said, "Ooh, Dust Devil, we know, and Tiny did it all with considerable class." I'm not sure what that is referring to. Honesty, Olive says, honestly, if I were making content, it'd probably be just adding to the unglamorous store of here's how a damn O3 Taurus power steering pump goes on and off. I mean, there's a place for that, but it's not the most fun, but sometimes that's how you grow on
You know what?
YouTube.
When you have an O3,
How-tos.
you have an O3 Taurus, and you got to put a power steering pump on it, and you go to YouTube and you search, guess whose video comes up? Yours. And then the person follows the way to do it, and you get a view. And there's probably more than one person doing that. And it probably covers a lot more than the O3. Probably covers like a 97 to a '05 or something. So, nothing wrong with those videos.
Dust Devil says, I'm better off. Hell, I have money now. Well, good. Good. I'm glad it was the right thing for you to do at this point in your life, and I'm glad that you have a positive attitude about it, because it's what's happening, so we gotta get through it.
Tim's the dog's still staring at him. Okay, Tim, take care. Thanks for coming in here and sticking around all this
Thanks,
time.
Tim. We're gonna be done real shortly anyways.
Yeah, it says, Tavo says, thanks for putting up that stream. Sadly, it looked perfect on the phone screen. Yeah, but between the phone and wherever it was going, uploading, it was, you'd lost a lot of something.
Tavo, maybe you should have
you know
just
what?
recorded it and put it up as a video.
And that's the other thing. He tried to do it live from there, which I was just stunned. I'm sitting there watching a guy in Australia walk around live in a car show. I thought that was so cool. But yeah, if he made a video of it and then put it up, yeah, the quality would be better and the video would be there, so.
Maybe.
Yeah.
Sometimes it's fun to do live things, though.
Yep.
Dust Devil, after I get this steering fixed, I will be making a lot of race footage. Make footage of whatever you're doing. If you want to do YouTube, that's how you do it. Is you just make footage of fixing the steering, footage of going here, footage. We made a video of us going to Walmart. We made a video of us going to the dump.
This is crazy.
To take our trash.
One of the best shorts we did. Was it a short? No, it was a video. It was a longer video. We went to dump the trash at a convenience center, and she goes, "Come on, move over here. So hold this like this." I go, "What are you doing?" She's videoing me putting the trash in the van. I go, "This is stupid." So we get there and we empty the trash and everything. You know what? That was a really good video. We got a lot of views. I couldn't believe it. So here we are going to the trash. Really? People watching this? Oh, man. So a reality show, I guess.
Demonic Beast asked what kind of cameras we use. Mostly our phones, but I have a GoPro for action use, which
We've been doing this for
GoPro 11.
2 years. Almost 2 years.
Yeah.
And this last few months, Kim bought a couple of cameras that are, so we're not always using our phone, but still, I wish I could show. Where's a mirror? Where's a mirror? Do we have a mirror? Because I can't show the cam we're using with the cam we're using. Oh, you found one.
Whoa.
Dropping parts.
The crazy thing is the camera that we use the most. We use this camera in the studio and out here. We move it back and forth.
This, I don't even know what it is. It was some piece of crap. It's
garbage. No, not garbage.
She extracted the camera from its thing. You see that? That's what we're streaming from right now. Let's see if I can get it. I'm having a hard time aiming.
It's a Nexigo webcam.
It's just, there it is. It's just a piece of a camera. It was extracted from a camera. And it's on the end of this stalk. And this is what we stream from. And it works great. But I don't think you got a lot of money in that. How much money did you have in that?
And Dean says a Sony A68 gives me clean HDMI out for the camera that we carry around
that's what HDMI. That's what she was using under the car tonight.
Yeah.
That's a new camera for us. It was a used one, and it was an older one, but it's new to us. Um, I kind of found car YouTube when I like had my car and a carport, working on a car, playing music. Like, something missing. I really like my GoPro 10. Tell you what, we got a GoPro 11 that's an overheater. But Kim, where's that camera?
It's over here.
But she took it in No Name Nationals. It's just something that overheats and quits and
It gets
just annoying
I
as
think I
hell.
need a different battery.
And she took some sheet metal, some aircraft sheet metal I had, some 2024 T3. I don't think that makes any difference. But you see these little guys here? She slid those in there, and those dissipate a lot of heat. So this thing stays working a lot longer because she made some heat sinks for it. So that's kind of cool, you know. Dean Stevenson. Oh wait, let's see. So I searched YouTube. Boys clowning around in a garage found mighty car odds. I have a full-length mirror. Sometimes I don't get to work on time because I see myself. Oh man, I used to have a cat that I had a full-length mirror, and a cat would fight itself in the mirror, and it was on a wall, and there was another bed. It was in a bedroom, and there was another bedroom down the hallway. And the cat would fight and fight and fight and fight itself in the wall, and I could stop, you dumbass cat. And then the cat would go out in the hallway and go back around and try to find the cat on the other side in the other room. That was just hilarious. Full length mirror. Oh man. John is wanting to figure out how to live stream all the racing at No Name Nationals. Oh man.
It isn't easy. The equipment for live streaming gets really
just
expensive.
go to the event. you know. I know this guy's like Dean Stevenson. Going to the event is just like probably impossible or almost impossible.
Live streaming a video like that is a big chore, and the people who have the equipment, they want to make money, so it's expensive, and the equipment is not cheap. The stuff I have is not really good enough to live stream a big event like that. I'm glad your GoPro hasn't overheated. It's a very mixed bag of who gets one that overheats and who doesn't.
Dean Stevenson, I do that. You mean there's not another Dean behind the mirror?
You
go into the room around there and look for him?
There are tracks that do it. There absolutely are. The big tracks have cameras all over the place. They have those ones that and then they have a control room where they just, it's like a football game. They have a freaking blimp up in the air that takes pictures and all that stuff. But
okay, so
it gets expensive.
Let's get back to the
what are you trying to do?
Tomorrow night.
Yeah.
We'll start at 10:30 Central Time in the United States, whatever that is.
Okay.
And that's, what are we, +5?
Oh.
Or -5. -5 from
okay.
Zulu time, whatever you call it. And then so anyway, Central Time, 10:30, and Dust Devil will be already on, and he'll wrap up and we'll continue.
No pressure, Dust Devil, but now everybody's going to come to your stream.
Well, that's good. There's still 10 people in here, so 9 of them are not him, so that's 9 people will be there. Hopefully.
All right. We're gonna
wrap it up because it's like time to go get some dinner. 2:30 in the morning.
Yeah.
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 Okay.
Thanks for hanging out, everyone. We'll talk to you tomorrow.
Take care. Good night.